Asempa FM. Asempa FM.
Oman yebeye ya yanara enyobia no betime to oman yimpon amayen Ekosiisen mbre no aso ha Asempa 94.7 FM yeda munyina asema munyina akwa babie it's a Tuesday afternoon some 15 minutes after 2 live on Asempa 94.7 FM. It's Ghana's most authoritative and the biggest political social current affairs talk show. Ekosiisen live on Asempa FM. Bidi your say bonsu. Yatna say no nsianefa ena dwumadie eba ewie se de bia ye no and the monshan nso emfa emayen. You can also join us. It's an interactive show and this show is always heavy on your thoughts, your comments, your observations. So please come through with your thoughts. 0546 382 287. That's our WhatsApp line. 0546 382 287. So, or Facebook, you can please watch our live streaming on Facebook. And look on Facebook, I just search for Asempa 94.7 FM on Facebook. And then like our page, and if you share a live stream, and please share the stream. So that be our number for so it be me Ashebi. Or Twitter, follow our live tweet. Your handle at Asempa 947. Me, I'm a personal handle at Philip Bonsu. Ekosiisen Ewa Asempa FM. More Instagram, you can please check us out on Instagram, Asempa 94.7 FM. Let's stay interactive. Don't be a passive listener, be an active one. So please join the discussions. And in Sembe I told you yesterday, and the man of the moment, probably the CEO of the Ghana Tourism Authority. And they have been at the forefront of the much talked about year of return and the successes on minor Timia Chalky through this particular initiative. We still have some very important questions. Yebusano and rather were stories flying all over online. Almost spending close to 6 million Ghana cedis on, publicity for this whole year of return initiative. No clear womb, and say, what's the breakdown of that amount? And some of the other issues are up. As a nation, how have we positioned ourselves to reap the benefits, the real benefits from our year of return? We need to to me at the end, because we are one agency under the tourism ministry, the state of Ghana's tourism. Sen and Yoma EC at Nina and Komo Ebeshani to me, Eddie. Ediani Ora Akwesi Ajeman Eddie Komo we are. And then I'll be joined by my friends in studio. Enra Yashasi Eddie Komo Eshe the NDC running mate and the race and information and I can say barring any last minute change. The party and its flag bearer settle on Professor Kwesi Boche. Yedi hunkomo bebrina eshe all the other names are up and it was an interesting discussion and so but and then we would want to look at the opposition party, the NDC, and how responsible they've been as an opposition party in the year under review 2019. Later on, after any Kwesi Ajeman interview, the editor of the Herald newspaper, Larry Dogbe, will join us in studio. Yensa Ebeka, editor of the ABC newspaper, Gordon Asaribediako, studio, and host of Bedroom on Adum TV. Onopodi Watnase, that Oman Hine Kwabena Sante, Atnase, Ewo, studio ha, or a radio TV show host, political analyst, Watnase, Ewa, Oman Hine Kwabena Sante, Akwa Banetsen.
Well, Obi, Nyamiadum, say the Dan Den Nyame catch on. Say, if I'm to borrow Yankasa Yenya, may borrow Yankasa Yenya, your friend say, Uso Mimu.
Alolomi.
Yeah, Alolomi.
Jacob Alolomi.
Yeah, Eyawona Uso Mimu. Se wan so ye moi. Anka ye be ye den. Se wan so ye moi.
Anka ye be ye den.
So it sounds
and say and the final day of the year.
Yeah, it sounds
and then I did back one person be and say o favorite song pa ye den anka mabama.
Yeah.
Me we are na me so mabom my favorite song na che say ajecha.
Okay, ebejicha. Favorite song and as I say all my classifications no from both gospel
and it's secular
to hip life. Me name their friend is secular.
Okay.
In fact, I don't know why people pretend that your category now we are for na abonsam. That's another day I may have a good discussion on it.
I think it will be an interesting one.
Christians so-called should stop that propagating some way somehow falsehood. Nyamejiwa, you become a new person.
Yeah.
That new person doesn't mean that say me chiki or ye boy. What kind of hypocrisy is this? You know, we are making Christianity one of too rigid to practice it in this side of the world.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
They be Adam count here. But the virtues of Christianity now, you know, there's that line. Of course, the frequency of certain, for instance, they're okay.
Yeah.
That's the truth.
Yeah.
A better one was a bribia that's of pain. You better say debia da meba cheeky or ye boy, cheeky or ye boy. It will be totally off.
Yeah.
So what I say until we understand. But said now you draw conclusion on certain individuals, no, and something that I find it quite difficult.
I agree with you.
You know,
I agree with you.
You say chairman, Pentecost chairman, na ebia. Nano da ona mechire ona menkase sa no aye
that ontime konyesa
match the nyum debi ye amotamfo afere na bia na chairman e wo so the T1 2 bi na obi draw conclusion wa hwease. Can you imagine?
but your favorite gospel song near there?
Girl we Tegos Daughters of Glorious Jesus or say enyum we women mami hu ohenekase women mami hu onyumane wa exactly to me be na wo de kasa wanwani ohun ye because if you compare nyame it's uncomparable. So what I say enti sajo me too free me kra na me honhom mu say nyame so dumu no obi wani a you get to understand who the creator or your creator is and who the creator of the universe is. That's why I'm a pre-bira that say the worship that we worship, nipa na ye worshiping on so when be wani am one you worshiping sometimes some way somehow no way e be ngonwona ama you be confused but nyame ti ase it is obie wani ma hu a ana abeti ase ne nwuma oye so ati ase obie wani ma hu a ana so kasa ma otia eno na obehu nyame a do ho ato no so etibiri bia da yekase yekoda na yada se obambofo bi na oboye ho ban ba yenim se bambofo bi na eboye ho ban se nyame ibie wani amu hu nipa eni abofo a atwa ho ahia eni the presence around you obonze nyame ye nyame ade ho tunu so a enim ngo aseda
anope na me kind quiet time and Psalm 124
now Bruni me cast my because yeah no say no no so she said that was it no
that's also how I
it's a decision to drink the way I want to drink, not the way Dominic wants me to drink.
But sometimes I say consider also health because when say bet me atramo
expose my weakness whilst I'm taking something here. Expose it.
Enti okay Psalm 124 and I think it's something I was said as we end the year or see if it had not been the Lord who was on our side. Now may Israel say, you know, can't you know say, and young I away enough fan and come Israel and exactly. Or say, if it had not been the Lord who was on our side, when men rose up against us, then they had swallowed us up quick, when their wrath was kindled against us. Then the waters had overwhelmed us, the stream had gone over our soul. Then the proud waters had gone over our soul. But 6 no, or man 6 no, ever 8 in the yamede. Or say, blessed be the Lord.
Blessed be the Lord.
In the inshrankas of a radia, one fire anya hanam anya de ama one sin. Or say, abonifone. Our soul is escaped as a bird out of the snare of the fowlers. The snare is broken and we are escaped. Our help is in the name of the Lord who made the heavens and the earth. It was in Fidiana ebubu na yende yade yen ho enti Asempa
the don't come on for dibonya ofina me dibonya wa ozo kaza say edawsu na enko damachi ntina se kra
ye kan Bible mu nsem no mu jira na moji mani.
We are going to run up to 6:30 ntia da so e
Okay, when say DJ your also birthday.
Yeah, and then the birthday.
DJ you're a member of the production team of Ekosiisen, and they are social media guys behind the scenes, working hard. Say obeshare on live Facebook, and the ekeka hu nyina nti mo ncha ne nso emfa emayen. Nti mo share the Ekoso on Facebook live. Mo hu say mrantie no ne nyina DJ your birthday nti and we sponsor your drinks and ye nom e wo studio hey. Say wo ye e de ahye na ni yeah. Enti yebehwe ne yetimi atwa and said ye kan aka no ra kwesi agema na tena se e wo studio ha dada ye nkomo e wo se yehwe na yetumi ene no edi we want to talk year of return and matches arise and intermontion and so emfa emayen but man baby ya do sisia and maybe just see any oragema we are then we'll come and sit down together with Larry and a Gordon Nafi yetumi edi nkomo extensively. But for you in particular, I mean, was a year of return just one way in the entire tourism industry and the issues in there. But I think year of return has been a huge success. I mean, from what we've seen,
it could have been better. Mocha success. I mean, they measure success. I really have a problem with year of return. Nipa na ya ban be bringing high success. Well, every presenter who is talking the year of return is successful, because what? But Ghana for also more banny binu so I am idioma free year of return, you know. It be annual home nipa abandonana. So I want to get the details well because you know who can be what could join Kuros. It's been successful based on what? That's the first question you ask yourself because ludicrous no more can and I can be abandoned. Yeah. Those are the details I saw catch him. Now catch him say year of return it's been successful. What's the measurement of success nowadays? Or do I disagree respectfully, Obi? Okay.
In your estimation, no, won't mean rate success to
no, but it's an appropriate data.
Then
and some it will be too early. We'll run ahead of ourselves and we might crash if we conclude say year of return. No, I am successful because certain noticeable person be Abba. No, that's not year of return success. Measure.
Okay.
Yes, idea. Now we who are bonfire manatra say a certain musician be an film actor be Ghana. It makes Ghana boom. The year of return is that it? No, that's not it. Yeah.
I am looking at it from the kind of from the marketing perspective.
And measurement to be difficult because measurement to be difficult.
Also, sometimes it depends. I mean, say the attention of the international media because, for example, say even an advertorial in say Washington Post, the amount I will be for that advertorial say through year of return. That's when you a whole page story on Ghana. It's huge. Unya CNN running documentaries, Unya BBC coming down. All those guys, if you want to pay for the airtime, even a minute,
that's why because for
the marketing perspective.
That's why because let's not run ahead of them. I'm sure they are collating on the surface because of Nipa Bibriabe Fragana for mobile fees annually. And so almost everybody is classified as year of return. You're careful when they finish and they provide data because carbon and yes, you are bokebi. Sakana boy no. And and all those things. So after everything has been collected, no more a proper data for us to go by it. Analysis but on the surface. You can see foreigners in the country. It is not to say foreigners no more buying into it's been a success year of return.
Okay. Okay. That's an interesting point. In your Kwesi Agyeman at Tenase studio. Let me also remind you, sir, I'll be speaking to Mr. Richmond Kwame Frimpong, investment advisory consultant, or some interesting perspectives on a year of return and how he thinks as a mind you better position to reap the full benefit from this initiative. We will be speaking with him in a moment. But my Akwesi Agyeman akwaba na afi yenhwe ne yemfa nkomo no nhye so Agyeman akwaba ete sen
mejo so obi
bibi ekoye
anyame adom
ma yen congratulate you nso edikan ye rankings be a of the top 20 performing CEOs of state agencies, and you were privileged to be on that list. In the congratulations,
the authority was such a ministry in his case. There was no problem with that. The authority has managed of course, because no digital and ministry authority in India. The ministry is broke.
Really,
the authority is powerful some way somehow than the ministry.
But how is that possible?
Now Asempa Busa say authority in the ministry. No, why not financially? Yeah.
Rajman, that's an interesting point. Where is but medical congratulations because you made it into a list of top 20 most performing CEOs, and that should be a good way to you and your team. But generally, from where you sit, the tourism in Ghana, what is here?
I mean that's Obi. Say Mechia Obi or Abia so near T4. Say I will say it's work in progress. Terminal reporter very well done and that's a very good, but still room for improvement. Until there is still room for improvement, and you know is to focus on the areas that we need to improve. And so there will be no distraction. Focus is key. Fine, we can talk about successes, but at the end of the day, we know challenges is so, and that is the focus. How do we clear up the challenges now? Because clearly, from all indications, we know, tourism can be the game changer for the country. Year of return success. Ne adi. Mesre Asempa for when the move from Mike, I'm call Art Center. Art Center here. Now the Monko Busom. And Yemen Amijina Hika, Munkubusa Art Center say, a fee edra Ekosiisen. Oh, Sanya Mano, and ye idea eba sebi a buying bottom. Sebe Yama, a Juma, et may be a tretre. We are no call hotels. When the most started from guest houses, Airbnb, Uber, drivers, and the Mufa be a hospitality won't count. Namuko pay up market.
Okay.
Ghana, Kawa Chuachi, Akokakra, a room rebino drew December. Because hotel industry rely heavily on business tourists. Conferences and events. December draw occupancy to me drop very low. Hotel not done in Samampum because the commercial activities are starting. Now for a conference, yes, UN 4 be we were. Nene Ubeko Hotel December unyabebina. I am my buso. Oh, intisani mano. And now we can say, oh, any programming I am successful because it spurs economic activity. Nipa nya ejumaye, nipa didi ho, omo ye events. We share nipa kugu airwork, nipa kugu Spinters Road, nipa kugu Labadi, Tazi 4, Trotro 4, omo ton aduane ni ade no. Eno no any tourism and the focus is not necessarily saying that they buy because the measurement sometimes is difficult. We share was something we call tourism satellite account. Any statistical service for aging and no any ever confirm any was obi afi what to coin ako baby because tourism we call broad definition of tourism UNWTO for the ababontia. So we to coin every baby wuti ako baby fufro wundi afe inti se obi kwa ye kra or a tourist obi to kwa baby koda 1 week 3 days 4 days classify that person as a tourist inti there are broad areas we need to look at improvement but still there's room for us to do more, and that is the focus. Say young koye say a 9-day wonder year of return has it been successful. From where I sit I can give so many indicators, but the focus is how do we sustain that interest? How do we make sure say Ghana yebetumi afayem to my pay to the extent say do na be who say this is the mecca for the black family.
For the black family,
yes,
around the world.
Yes.
But for and my auntie way I say Ghana Tourism Authority.
Yeah.
Mo mandate ne day, mo day. How are you different from the Ministry of Tourism?
Okay, say ministry they know say ministry a policy. They give the policy direction.
Okay.
So in a tourism authority, you have about 4 key areas of focus. One is regulation.
Okay.
Oba say obi ABB hotel license registration, restaurant, chop bar. Edwuma no so ye go round until your inspectors go round every year. We are here twice yearly to make sure say hotel say Golden Tulip say African Regent to Kempiski omuko ho akohwe say ne hotel kitchen ewura ho bibia events ne ahwe say bibia ye fine, they have fire safety police say bibia ebema visitors ebeba ho no are comfortable and they are safe. Into one another mandate, which is marketing and promotion of Ghana as a tourism destination.
Okay.
And now treat culture maybe a fancy say year of return near the Ashim, near the beauty say see Ghana, eat Ghana, near the Abirum. In number 3, research, because you see a debut woman janun to improve. Into your research and monitoring unit. Your momo yen say tourism data. Nipa eba into Tembia, you nipa go airport. Man for to kwaya. They do exit interviews. I fear say they interviewed about 4,300 travelers exiting the country.
Okay.
So say oba e wudi saying woda hen wo spend this saying the areas of interest, the areas are here say you be improve. And finally, your product development and investment.
Okay.
And only saying tourism how can we ensure say products say sites and attractions, say interactive services, be say investment in certain tourism products akosro. Into these are the 4 key areas. But then I say osha quality assurance work and regulation and no any marketing because yes hotel way you say yakotum train or high say and no niema 4
That's really interesting. My sorry, what it means they say for the various tourist sites I owe Ghana no mona moshes one no one down a different body.
Okay, your sites, several sites.
Okay.
You were hiding any site I say tourism authority site.
Okay.
Sisia na de lobby akọ parliament. The legislative instrument under the act to regulate sites and attractions. Sisia enchibia ebabeba say site we be friend we be to say rate hotels 5-star 3-star in this ratings maybe sites no na ya hunyema ehia say site be will have
to get to a particular
basic levels so we need the yema wo operate into uba in fact say bibi say museums your Ghana Museums and Monument Board almost your agency under the ministry.
Okay.
Your forestry commission our fund of forestry sites only national parks no nyina eshomase any obi be say Kwame Nkrumah Mausoleum and also an agency
and also under the ministry
under the ministry inti sites no na your community owned sites be great say Zulezu Paga ade nananse ni aya ye de eboa and they say any most of these communities no assign MOUs because you who's a governance structure of our sites no
a problem
and no sooner emma improvement na ehwe no nti unsun tumi nko say asase da ho no asase bia se be ewura nti ukwa ne owners community ne share ya yes our models ne bebre ukobu nsu sesi a ye ne Achimebo Akwa Traditional Council any community no any school environmental school na ewo ho no aform MOU aya register Bunsu Eco Park ukwa Kintampa the same model in ye use ye assembly any ohine nana chamankuma assign agreement as say obi ehunu sika afoto abebam ni we die ni na eko fefefe nti saa niam no na ye se ne be ya the site no eno na support adwuma na ye no improvement between abaho
but me patch you see as me cost site be in my paga na me who problem be with Paga Crocodile Pond na who do I talk to? Why are you in charge?
There is a community, only about 12 family heads, because Assassino, in charge of them. You know, Marco sign MOU, any assembly, say, you better put in place a governance structure. Into a community, managers, you can make a complaint to, but we still, because the Parent Act na idea does not say to me any mundi nkutaho enti nkutaho bia any also any mudi in terms of improvement ebi wo ha na akoy bibi e wo ho bebi wo be kokra jana bia any ho enti sa ne ma no wo konso na wo se me ba ha me de jana bia be sia na woni community no engage a enye yi bonwire na nsia ye ne o ma sign MOU sa ne ma ni na ye se ne be ya ye betumi a bring improvement into the sites and attractions now you wanna.
Oh, okay. That's great. Oman, who question be and I mean family other questions then to us.
Well, let me say be a the ministry now and about year of return because his authority cannot be year of return and quite responsibility. For instance, the issue of brand gun and omobe jigu yeka se omodi committee be set up another effective way ediaba. So open you are then I'll appreciate. So omo brand gun see in China, no almost set it up omo what has happened to that? Number 2, me catch us authority news catching ministry now maybe I won't say because they set out 2018 say CC rest stops and Akwaba hotels.
Okay.
And as we speak now, at least a certain knowledge and as information be as to some of
maybe
these
let
things.
him deal with those two.
Yeah.
Now him about the other ones. Rajaman, number 1, I don't know, say about brand gun and seminar. Is it something under you as an authority?
Brand Ghana has never been under any tourism agency, not the Ministry of Tourism or anything. Brand Ghana was set up specifically, I think, by our former president, Professor
Asempa
and it was under the office of the president.
And we under office of the president.
The Brand Ghana office was under the office of the president. Okay. But let me try and draw back. Maybe under the office of the president. Ebia nyansa na woman am feel say na kebeboa and it say usha there was so many agencies ye nyina ye ton Ghana ye ton Ghana as tourism ye wo GIPC omo ton Ghana for investments ye wo bi to say export promotion omo ton Ghana masen kofo beto Ghana niema arts crafts ni sa niema e betumi export no nti in his wisdom then maybe kind be say Kebitmenya Brand Ghana is a coordinating near money in Anaki or one tagline. Use so because it's a GIPC or call Ghana on the go. Yeah. Well, now you see a culture, warmth, and rhythm. Yeah. Sometimes the message conflict into the Brand Ghana office was there. Enough President Ibai was a GIPC in a lead agency when it comes to selling the Ghana. Into yang any GIPC near your interactions are on how we can brand the country on the because the area of focus for tourists may not be the same message you give to an investor on the mention. In Brand Ghana, you buy will be a share tourism authority. I say. Second issue,
by debut, let's get the clarification here. May perceive who say if the MPP sets aside Brand Ghana. Na focus no kujina a different place. Na omu inclusive of those meetings yes GIPC for a year now. As we speak now. Sir omu meetings no omu about looking at Ghana in a different perspective no. Unknown aspect in tourism, in branding Ghana. Those conversations no more have now up to this point, you know. How and
I share the year of return. One aspect of branding Ghana. What you say? In America, say when you talk about a brand, what is it? Ghana is already a brand. Into brand Ghana, no, it's not as if say Ghana no people there is no brand. There's a brand called Ghana. People associate Ghana with so many things differently, but in this particular case, when it comes to tourism, for the year of return, I'm to make one and they say, you realize it, say, when 2019 there's somebody we call the vision bearer. Woman penny Bible Eka ministry budget from 2018 budget a core ministry now 75 point something million. It had moved from 43 million. That is what we call about putting emphasis and I say ye de and one day etare jumedie echi eto so bienu cabinet position na tourism and ho President Biden say I will make tourism a cabinet position. Honorable Katrina Feku cabinet member Honorable Barbara Otinjesi eco cabinet. Eto so miensa president ne vision or the my 2. One was that he wants to see domestic tourism improve. And number 2, say heritage tourism and as a conversation with the African diaspora. And he mentioned specifically, so okay say, Tama now a foreign minister, na ura when the baby called Jake, a year Joseph project. We need to continue that conversation. Now you share and already will be a friend of Panafest. Into 2017, Yanko Ponchade, June, in your launch, see Ghana, eat Ghana, wear Ghana, feel Ghana, to reflect the president's vision. Say young promote to domestic tourism. Tourism will promote to a sea and they say we'll visit it. Eat, say restaurant, ye di eduane, wear any fashion, any film, music, any movies. Inti eno nana ye dig see ho. Any you say Panafest eba, yanko ponchade 2 years be Panafest. Inti July 2017, na Panafest, did 25 years. Inti yene Panafest for Eshibum, organize Panafest. To and also caught with the vision because but you realize it say for us to really be strong in heritage tourism and answer diaspora conversation see you can say in film you know bia ibedi afibi festival bi and I be sha afibi one sha na say patch say 2017 we di Panafest we are 2018 mo bi am on train na 2019 inti ye hwe ya na ye konya program bi any Dinkra group, almost one person by our Black History Month, and a friend back to Africa. First time, February 2018. Near we, no, in here say okay, 2019 so. Metwa can say Yamin Chadi and so I wrote some day. Yet an animal I bet you won't conquasum no. Now 400 years ago. Into quite many bit to me picking from the vision of the president. You bet to me I maybe. You hear enough on a festival so already. Planning for 2019, no, almost started 400 years of so and so. In your Office of Diaspora Affairs, Ekosiisen On Asempa homecoming. Osha be 2017. That's the 2019. So almost have a homecoming summit. No focus no more on Ghanaians living abroad in the diaspora to come. It's na shibomu any ora or there dinkra back to Africa concept no buy any cabo say any one na entrance president vision ni kwa be ne be fa so nti starting boni e frɛ no homecoming 2019
okay
edu be ne hu say one na conflict of name no because your homecoming
diaspora for
homecoming summit nkomo nyina ye di na every cabinet meeting ya the report this is how we are planning it copy so man panyi tum say okay sa dia mo ye hihye wi a me amedi anim akọ congressional black caucus akọ launch because when you invite no oko UN General Assembly no person we the focus for us in 2019 because on the ojitum say you bet to me use the heritage tourism no a change your tourism product ayewo inti nabakosem no inti ye 2019 now the focus is not just to come and do something obviously a 9-day wonder. It is a clear path. I see a chart. Only Panafest obedient coma, Anti-SC Sadalanadi, Rabbi Cohen, Mr. Yanka, Kujo Yanka Munina, Yatanase. So, Kwabena Kibenian Panaka Panafest, Afibia Yedi. We build on the past. Ni move ahead. But Osha, the success of the year of return is not something that sometimes I know. That's what I say.
Well, now me can say also Ogusu hit on the success of year of return. Even with the year of return, figures have been bundled around. It's an official figure from the source because nipa 200,000 and in excess of 1.98, 2 billion, 2.5. It is good that he's here. Me interested because me an arts and entertainment person. Okay. By chance, than BPNT. We anya shekrano yene da na hope simone okrekum nem chazamu amone sidi kubuare mo aye adwuma we ache. For instance, I know a little bit about the authority. I mean me busa question. It's a busa akwaba and then these rest stops. Now there's a bus so say
I no konyan yi.
Okay. So busa say you under the ministry. We have about 11 agencies.
Okay.
Your Ghana Tourism Authority, your Ghana Tourism Development Company,
Ekosiisen On Asempa
investment wing.
Okay.
Traditionally, originally,
the Ghana Tourism Development Company, and also on the MD.
And who on MD?
Okay.
Okay. In your war, Kwame Nkrumah Park, Museums and Monuments Board, Bureau of Ghana Languages, National Theatre of Ghana, National Commission on Culture. It was agency senior ministry. Minister vision at that time was that Osha tourist sites be bra to say Kakum. Osha the trend that visitations in now return because Nipano Kwa na yes also na local communities no benefit no akofom. Inti Kebeya the concept I want to buy was that we float this idea of Akwaba hotels. Now, Akwaba hotels, the idea was not that government was going to build hotels. Government was coming out with the concept of the Akwaba hotels, acquire land and invite private sector to partner. Ebiasida, Bebre, Uko Kempinski, I sing crying. Asase wo na yaba asase. Eno de ama private sector developer. Eye aban e wo shares wom uko moving picker the same concept aban asase no dey am private sector developer aban e wo interest e wom nti na no nye bone say ye koye bi wo other localities say obefa eyini akọ nti GTDC Ghana Tourism Development Company aya owura kodwantwi e da no Kojo Odamian musician. Kojo Odamian ono na odano. Say Jumanoko. In a 2 rest stops. Rest stops no concept no so ba say. Usha nipa bebre complaining. Ebi a won nam na tourist bus na gina ewo Winnie Banchen ho ba bi na manfo asisi no ma wurem. Now ko baby a na wo major rest stops manfo bu no se wo kwa ugina private sector ye bi wo kokuma se kwan so Linda door wo se nipa gina bus ni gina kwa nipa bebere nko restaurant omo wura washroom quickly inti baby a focus no on yen acquire lands in this area partner with private sector because private sector na no focus no mostly wo hwe filling stations e wo kwan so a wo kwa petrol motor inti omo de omo abeje omo ye filling station na ye a ugina ho se pese me call restroom ho obo say na ha drink kakra it that was the concept of that
it so far relative to no
for rest of say see insase your 4 gomwa utra between Winneba ne Mankesim is the longest stretcher unse na nya bibi papa bia sa wo ho ye wo MC 10 acres e wo ho ya akwai shama
okay
and also ebi wo ho ina asen manso Osha between also yet site and Kofo
Slave River
hono enim hono ina fufu so ufri kwa eno any aye some of them for example gomwane ye ne go for edinkuta ho akwanim on terms of how we're going to do it 2020 one of the projects it will come to pass now bano a friend is saying Akwaba hotels yes. GTDC Juma Modi and also acquiring land in some of these areas. Minum set Tafia Tome ewo Volta region sites abahonum nkrofo conversations with Koso minim updates see say omanya asase na I also know say every waterfalls. Inti the concept is still live but I think say sometimes when a pronouncement is made that and be an entiase only has been any abide on focus na ukosi hotel sometimes government so anko in and provided that enabling private sector no sabi because any na necessarily profit generating gidigidi but it enables inti me feel say jumadi na edimi da say o man say oye aseneyi sometimes I na ask for any creative for me so if you want to buy and you buy one bonfia yenti ameka sa na say wo hwe say Ministry of Energy in the figures but 2 abontia
Asempa FM.
no be
on this platform we challenge.
I'm not saying don't challenge. I'm not saying
every ministry. In fact,
no but me make a woman no and sick a woman no toya.
Okay, for no senior.
Woman no toya. But what happens they say the people that I'm saying the people who challenge are the media. But when it comes to people within the arts, no, if you are from the arts, you can't tell me say success because without even data, and I will provide you data. Say data kura ni wa. Sabi untumi nka say nipa ebegu krum ha bronye. Omobadada. What I say? Sometimes I give you don't even need any.
But that's the bane. That's why.
Me know
with the same wavelength.
Me can't say more data. Me
say. Said the opinion better na haka no. The art and entertainment industry say tienase na yasonase amman all the needed funds. Na Ghana kasa bebrebe kura adwuma ni ho mrante nye baby fa kono te akpa no ebi kwa kono na ye nyina attention e wono so. Enti the yebu santi me busa we because by Simons mu nyina nya interest in the entertainment industry there. And so say we are shooting bigger.
No,
they are questioning that even the figures are not true about. Me tia say be ukase hotels ayema ampa ayema ma spillovers ni kwa me kura me free me kura no ebro half kura no I impact na ko. But clearly the aha nyina asoman only authority ne subset data because the obeti bia ko bia na data me na me ye madwuma na me se ma hyehyɛ ni pe wura hotel anko a omo ya manfra for even Ghana for crowd omo say omo person me part omo ko jo omo me no this is it ye kasa na ye data ni ho a
fortunately I say on data or the my inti me ban ho ba before that no nyame adomen saka an investment advisory consultant but our special interest were discussions here or Richmond Kwame Frimpong Richmond akwa be Ekosiisen On Asempa na apomu ye there
yes adama yeah okay
fantastic indeed from where you sit year of return and the we who the we ready has it been successful and free say as of mine you repeat the full benefits thereof.
Well, now, I think you guys are doing very well. The chair of mine here, and what thankful. Catch your mind here say last year there's a feedback ever started to say and I'm a candidate chair. 12 months of business trip. On 2 2020 Now I'm going to the substantive point now.
Yes.
I think the year of return has worked. The only side that, and the president did not admit, as at yesterday also said, they had expectations, but their expectations have been greatly overwhelmed. And when I came again, as a nation, I know Kwesi Ajiman and his team, and even the ministry, are doing their best, but we've got to now begin to see tourism in a place that is even higher than oil, cocoa, and all the other resources we are gathering. This is because any supposed developed economy in the world is making so much from tourism.
Yeah.
And the contribution of tourism, which borders on travels, which borders on accommodation, which borders on transportation, what side of tourism? Creative arts and culture. They contribute a greater percentage to their GDP. And the very latest reports from UNWTO shows that if you look at manufacturing, construction, retail and wholesale business, healthcare, agriculture, communication, financial services, these are the growth poles of every developing economy. In the Nega culture, it's all called landing in park. You will notice that the moment you enter landing for the first time, you are likely to be on the landing 4 bars or to visit one place or another. And by the time you are out of landing, you would have spent some good money there.
Yeah.
Now, the only thing dynamic change from manufacturing up to financial services. Globally, the report says that travel and tourism is the second biggest catalyst economic growth. That is after manufacturing. So then our attention as a country should go to this tourism and travel business that we are not attacking deliberately. And this year of return will be a case for us. You notice that we made an effort on the year of return, and we are surprised about its outcome. I am saying that going to 2020 and beyond, we should begin to ask ourselves, what percentage of GDP contribution are we looking forward to coming from tourism, culture, and art? And we should give ourselves deliberate targets that are so open for all of us to measure. If you look at South Africa, they are saying that by 2020, they want to increase the growth pool of what tourism brings by growing jobs up to about 225,000 by the close of 2020. They want to bring direct foreign investment to about 499 billion rand by the close of 2020. So then, you notice that this tourism thing we are talking about, if we can be deliberate about it and put numbers to it, Kenoforiata will not be bothered about getting cocoa loans to inject our FDIs. GIP will not even be bothered about how to generate forex. The Bank of Ghana will not be bothered about how to introduce a forward forex system. Other than that, we will be concentrated on about 80% of the things that will bring us just 20% benefit as an economy. And the 20%, which is tourism, if focused, would generate about 80% of the income we need as an economy. We'll be leaving it just like that. And it is time we all get our hands on this business and deliberately craft a strategy from 2020 to say 2030 and put specific indicators on them that cut across every part of the economy. And it will be effort playing and after no wrong, both internally and internationally. We should be deliberate about tourism, both domestically and internationally. And we will be amazed the kind of income we are going to generate. See, I understand. We'll be surprised. It doesn't matter the programs we bring. As an economy, we pay so much to move from lower middle income to higher middle income.
Okay, now, sir, share the conversation that they are having around some of these things because a buying role is to create that enabling environment. Until somebody would say, okay, government had the initiative by year of return. Government committed resources in publicizing it around the world. And now it's left with the private sector to position themselves and reap the benefits thereof. In that regard, hotels, airlines, any other, to me, a repeat our benefit. And we can all tap ourselves on the back and say, bingo. And because hotels, they would in turn pay corporate tax and our mining so enya nisika. And we might not necessarily mean who. And let me ask this question: into a day beyond way, or minor specifically ensign any view?
Or minor should just be deliberate about which growth poles of the economy they want these stories to affect.
Ekosiisen On Asempa.
So explaining that, we should be deliberate and say, year of return. The deliberately, the economic activity are affected. So your personal economic activity is stages in Accra. There are specific things we do. Spending in Accra. So your personal economic activity affected the 16 regions of the country. There are specific things we deliberately do that will make them go there, and economic activity will change. In Kata, for example, you affect the entire growthiness of the economy. Oko Ghana tourism website. Almost sure we visit Ghana. Almost sure visit Ghana area. So much upper west. Upper is no much on your My question is, what deliberately is the tourism authority and government doing so that you will have no option but to jump on something that can take him quickly up to Upper West and look at the cultural size they spend before they take their flights and go back. And no, is it private sector only?
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
That deliberate effort is what government must do, so that the private sector will not just be the only beneficiary. Government can actually make a lot of money more than the private sector. And if the private sector deliberately is making money, I said, clue to you, say government can even make more. Because private sector or making a profit no tax, it's a percentage of tax on the amount.
Yeah.
But you can go for the 100% as government. And I'm saying that critical investment must be put there. Because every developed economy does that.
And for example, say a buying person repeat better example I might say be African American Abagana or that Kempiski Wako tourism website where who say cultural site be and as a tourist site be our Upper West region. How the person gets there, the means how they be government should make that available. In the, for example,
yes.
Okay.
Yes, it is. I am going to say, make tourism website authority.
Yes.
And I'm a coy and who's a macho Upper West cultural site. And maybe I'm a kuhula banga mosque. So me who's a banga mosque. A dear interest and many answer make me a call number back quickly before I take my next flight. The me person is true and I'm a call paga. That baby I must say a crocodiles and one. A dear interest and many are making me a call paga for quickly number kwaba. A honor I'm saying government should be deliberate about it. And even the people that are coming and going, again, deliberate policy here is okay. There was a sample from my day. They are level-headed. What deliberately are we doing for them to even become definite contributors to these specific site areas? And coming now by, is there a place I said I had presentation for my moment? So some university even in the Praga site. This is the potential investment that I'll get. This is the potential cost that would be required for me to invest there. And in 10 years, this is what government will contribute for you to make that investment. So that as they are going, they have a snapshot of the country and they know that these are the areas that I've come back to know where I come from. I can put money to, and this is the situation I'm looking for. Is there anything like that? So that deliberately we are channeling direct investment into the areas where we are aligned with development.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
Even the success we are talking about, say you're repeating in 2029, we can generate more than 30 billion of those visits only. And if Ghana must be transformed from when we are the first class economy, we will need to be able to generate in excess of our GDP contribution. That doesn't come with interest income because the generation I am making in 2020 budget, we are spending more than 70% on interest payments.
Yeah.
And the tourism alone can bring investment and income and my interest.
Interest to be
Say I will be living from hand to mouth all the time, and I'm saying that attention must be moved away from the other sectors of the economy, not to abandon them, but there is free money in this tourism that we must be deliberate about, which I don't see even in the budget for 2020. And so you notice that we are
and especially so when 2019 was the year of return, and the budget for 2020 was read in November 2019. And you expect yourself, Sanka, loud tourism, loud in the budget statement, right?
Yes, but there is not. As I'm speaking to you, if I just decided to ask, I know they might have. I did a question. Is there any strategic document that the Tourism Development Authority is putting down some point specific investment into transportation, into hoteling, into specific sport sites across the entire country, and what kind of investment they are looking for, and what kind of utility they can generate from those areas?
Okay, in beyond Omakase or Mopeso Moye Akwaba hotels and rest stops, is there a concrete document backing that? open and available for people to
yes, so be fast. Okay. Me tell my website here. The person me this would there be anything like that? Then would there be anything that is backdoor for us as Ghanaians? Yes, our tourism at DIA. This is where we want to take it to for brand Ghana. So brand Ghana is like a product. And from the gate entry to Ghana up to the final exit, from the taxi driver up to the last person who sells food in the hotel, everybody has a stock value in their mind, and they are all making an effort to put in some values about Ghana that will forever be in the minds of the people who come here.
And for example, say Usi or airport taxi driver or should on the top of his head tell you about Ghana, what Ghana stands for, our values, and market Ghana well to foreigner now.
Yes, and he reflects those values.
Yeah, he personally reflecting those values.
Reflect those values. So that from A to Z of the entire tourism chain, we have taken over both the soft side and the hard side. And I'm saying that is the deliberate strategy as a nation we must build. We will be surprised that it will give us so much. Dubai is not much without tourism.
Yeah.
Singapore is not much without tourism. And the good thing is that if we don't look at it from this point of view, all the sites and the places God has blessed us with, they are not forever. Even those who don't have those sites create
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM.
We must be deliberate about it. Who took money to cover the tourism side? It's a creation. Ours is real and genuine. And it is not just the visit of one popular American who comes here. That is tourism. No, not necessarily. And great initiative, great effort, but they can be as a man. If we can be deliberate about tomorrow, we will not have to bother about any foreign direct investment. But if we are not, we will not earn that much.
Richmond Kwame Frimpong, always a pleasure talking to you. My into the Kosweti, if there is anything that you can chip it in, why? Yes, that's Richmond Kwame Frimpong, and can investment advisory consultant. But our interest, young Komo Ayedi, man, he thinks. Only maybe and he knows if we pay much more attention to tourism and the returns now, maybe I'm a pair and say. Through tourism, yebenya sika yenkonko to your interest because if as a country is all presented budget to parliament, now 70% of sika or Jeff or say approval from parliament according to interest payment, and there is a problem. How then can we build other poles? Before
Mami Otunimino. Me suggest not suggest one order of the voter award.
Yeah.
Because we the brother don't train Bruno. What time Ghana Frank Canada Coco Miami Biblia minimum more time at your masonasi.
Yeah.
Na Mrs. say yen train will be more or 79, 80, 99. And Sunday Acobona. Timesre say 2020. Say Ghana ebe sheni pabinimu amabwa Ghana. Here Sadia near the share Yakoma, a Chess Ghana
of the Star of Volta.
It's a Ghana,
the highest national award.
I think that you consider because a Juma why ye ama Ghana creative industry and arts industry Make us say the Pakume being a woman or Matima Kudu Guadaje and the Bre and in addition. And then the BB or EB, and I'm saying, a car on Kwananka, the open industry, a two boom precopediamay. And or serve as encouragement to a multitude.
Yeah.
Or a very decently. Now make us who we are. Can kind of back was a mango body in general as a minimum. Cooking kind of because we are no one comma yedi or no cry rule. I will play a in Techuba Munipoy. But my suggest from a team, as I said, 2020. Order of the
Star of the Volta.
Not funny count. But Emide made the major hands and I have a 2 part 2. Emide said Ghana Tourist Authority. Penunankasa who said now we are becoming conscious. And I dare we see the Kubwa time they share say this industry, you know. Say and you can say me players nankasa na try ho saa business abria intimi nye oko council oko association oko ahodo eko ba ko ye ahodo be 59 eti minister nankasa na authority nankasa who to deal with a serious problem ya be do her because of young kase twitwa na enti na say I wish we had full time to talk but medana say these questions I'm asking no your questions are ebebo amana hu say ade na o yen say nipa interest because the last question be say fund before a year filmmakers no and also one sem Ekosiisen eti obetime busan but me dana see BM kire say o monitor one abetna a year Ghana tourist that time na agency
on Asempa
the your friend no say ahokeka nkasa ama ade na shoot am say ade be say go the but here we subject almost every department, ministry and agency to critical scrutiny. And just no nyagene. Yeah, the say said ye who say nipa binimu aye no. The other end the crime then a binim cross tourist site near a creation artificial. Yeah, artificial. Yeah, then the almost 98% natural. The end bit my I empower no. Na what means to dia edijuma. Ama yetimia ko enim ebasa bia.
Because really uko Dubai.
Yeah.
Omutimi ye water fountain bi uko jina ho a ubefro na usika nyina asa
yeah
ba obeba uko water fountain
na se mamenka mi kro mo makoye bibi ho Kintampo waterfalls
okay
if I shed the mayo Kintampo waterfalls na say ja ye ntema anka ye benya sika more it Kintampo waterfalls I can say
and I don't know if maybe say the new model no person we introduce say they would get a management team locally. Now, afi omo any district assemblies, and they own, and then they own the tourist sites. And I think that's and also by serve as IGF to the assembly. Say sika from such site. Ebeba mo ho na ebeko assembly ne ho.
What we call the Kintampo model.
Kintampo beautiful.
Sika no ye chem busa.
Okay. It ebeba mo ho na ebia kwa assembly.
Kwa assembly na ebiko traditional
authorities
na assassin rura na chairman kuma into no so genede na assembly genede na ye de bi nso ato ho for redevelopment ye start they say to me canopy walkway ewo Kintampo from the generated revenue and they say a zip line and so koso ewo ho inti enche bia no e ho ba ye krabehwe.
But then what it means is that then we have to fast track and adopt other areas and adopt this our model.
Say no na koye say I say yes MOU ye kwane enu matena say MOU ya ebe ni say inti na ye de emra no eba beta akiri say emra no ma ho kwan the new airline na parliament nyakopa da roma omu last day omu sorry nti omu ba 21 days na be emra and it say site bia the same management structure in the traditional authority eka ho assembly eka ho tourism authority ka ho na mamu nya no ya kan bom nti management of the place the ownership of the land obia benya kakra na obia nso de nadwene akoso obia Kintampo 3 bodies here mambo nyina no nobody is in charge of day-to-day management ya advertise ya fobi so we school of forestry university sunyane into nim who's a house acquire forest area forest resources into no in a so our tour guys our training or show mo so any nkofo eba ho nansia ayi first na social security ni say ayi tuya ni nyina ma into na ama ohwe ko ha ankeka aba ho because more visitors are coming once a product we have a ho obi wo ha hu waterfall na akona ko hu waterfall na ide but na oba obi to fa canopy walkway so and e bi ba say ayi restaurant kakra bi aba ho hotelier special mo ba ho be ka ho let's say impuntu no eba ho na mani age ayi Richmond em say ka wie na o me abompa ye ne apon because em say asem no nyina ne kan no waka no ye ti ayen ka say na me ka che o man ni say am mbu ayi no ho abomfia ba no achechi mu say he is provoking the issues and he say wo hwa many a times ayana lip service about us tourism but manpanyin share bo say yenko ne yenko ye no hwe no aka say ne o ka say yenye no em so no kra no ohunu se ampa nti enu se sisia no ebeboa ama other areas ye obibi a friend no enablers go tourism no access ye number 1 say be ye obi ba paga because nipa no ko paga e fa no wo fa ko kwan Africa World EcoBA site wa flight echo wa omo abeka kire the number flight na yema there's anybody do na anya ho omo free haba nti wa EcoBA golu any other site wo area ho Larabanga obi abenya kakra afa ho from Tamale enso plane bi call nti na won say all of a sudden ebie 2 we rosa railway if you bet me ya say yeni age say Akosombo railway e beba because I also see a major tourist area Royal Senchi uko Volta Hotel do Jini ade nipa do na mo ko because obedi traffic mo be 3 hours then we go train mu 45 minutes and 30 minutes no aduru ho enu o say we drive mpo na wo ha no ho onu asa o ti train mu na chuku chaka chu no wasi no akọ ne opese wo ye wi na be train mu nti sa enabling environment roads especially ye ka de bia wo hwa lansen ye ne roads for di hu kuta hu pa say bebi ti se kakum wo hwa ye be nyina na eguro a beduru bebi akwan no be say no na visitation no so ti woni pa de ka kofa so a no hu say na men charge sisi am no say contractors egu ho a omo ye adwuma ni wi a e be san bie more wo hwe from Kakum eba that enclave Elmina Cape Coast Asempa that little enclave the number of people like ho omoda hotel edidi nti ye hunu sa na em say data no ye gusua try say ne be ya enkoye say o nipa baayo ni ejai because one provided data owura kan of data wo kwa no busa nipa say ne baayo wo ba mo spend say nti na ye so ye research no ya me ni akoho no na nti na me ka say data no ya na sometimes hard we say o hwa there are so many things I say wo fa inflation we free be inflation basket nti basket no de begu no na sometimes e be determine nti say you agree on the basket nti na sometimes one for question you say numbers ni dey nyesi aboy etrim immigration for my numbers first na ke pempo say what we call ED cards embarkation and it's disembarkation cards no for my the analysis you say nipa eba no age group any no mo say there be obi a friend data protection law you say between the obi data my sir into mo for my but you know mo kan no mo data no mind to say at least for the first time in the history of Ghana you tminya every quarter
nipa eba ni
omoko ni bebi omo free na ye tonko enjira ho a ye pese tokoso a say ometo aman omodi say se ne be ya so bi ba se mo be advertise wo me show so a ye betumi hu demographics na e was a show no so say ye female audience a ni ehun say okay e ma say na eba and as a product we ye dey target e ma wo nti sa niema no ye ni migration focus so anam say sisi a ne akobai em say ama obia adan ho so because immigration for your starting year of return you can say oh kebeya e-visa because nipa na pese eba no edoso na fe na nipa no sabi ukokro bi so a na say report by Italy say obiti Napoli so pese oba Ghana che okọ Rome eko submitting the passport no asa akọ no atwe da also be passport no asaba It before we took Ghana no. Meanwhile, competing countries, Senegal, Omunio sign a friend say free visa agreement. Into what you was that's how 200 year made factory in Aquaba as I
do Senegal.
I never do me crab Inti yeni data almost your analysis in all the countries in Africa near no visa. Near visa you say usha e baby o ha near competitive but ye near say ka e-visa e ba ya you start to see etwe ye koba near you say mufa report justification near ye koba e kopim say man panyina ka say pam no twa no December obiamra visa on arrival
visa on arrival
you see airport be ko na nipa asana because I feel the send out to say nipa no e come di won so be Ghana na wo kwa kwaji visa and I say will be the photo be African Americans ya salai wo Washington embassy it is first na so di line wo almost say tables that ten almost di line one almost but see at that time na technology no see technology aba.
Those things should not be happening.
Should not be happening.
When we can solve the problems with
visa.
technology.
Say nipa ni tumi betumi aba. Inti ushe project ayeye beyond the return na. Sa nyema nyina na yepese tackle.
What strategy name. But the other point is inti provisional figures amwenya of nipa abakrom because of year of return.
Ekosiisen
do we have those figures? Provisional.
Asat. It's asem me chechi mu.
Yes.
Ye wo ade bia ye friend on say me define tourism kire wo no. Inti ufa invitation card ED card na embarkation and debarkation card na.
Yeah.
Ye ni Colombia kire purpose of visit, year of return. Ini so near war business resident other tourism near there. But what's your definition of tourism? We be ha no be conference so to say Essence magazine Boris Kujo mo global black empowerment conference. Odu airport obetik is coming for a business conference.
Yes.
But now a year of return
inti
ye no ne can say data na nkasa ye saka no e wo se ye free be data mining ye tena senior immigration for say omapina na say omo ka say ye data center bi wo ye ho no mo be hwe say secure enough na say card no mo de be man ni really down ni ehunu say nipa na buy no say ni eyi inti we be your friend default numbers default number ni say what international arrivals uko Dubai we see plane anu akacho this month we had 55 million arrivals. Into arrivals, no, baby, globally, we use it as a default number.
Okay.
It's only default number now. 20 up to September. Say me can say figures. You know quarter. Yeah. In the first quarter, you nine. Yeah. Second quarter, you nine. Third quarter. Third quarter, no, end this September.
Yes.
As of September, now I'm saying it was 763,000
arrivals. Okay.
Okay. I think you ever drill into arrivals nearby. No. Obi besra ne ma me obi say ni ade na obi kura da no obi busa me say na dey say ho so na returning Ghanaians ka ho returning Ghanaians na e wo mu no ye Ghana fo a sabi hotel landing na wo se me be fie abedi 2 weeks me ba be ye yi omo nyina no you count them as tourists. Yes. Oh na me check you count them as tourists because per the definition of tourism no once you move from your normal area of abode into a different country and a locality not from a period not more than a year no you are counted tourist inti ye hwe no a
into a Ghana ni krana so London na o ba ha for 2 weeks asan yakwa
inti said ni o ma hene kan inti ye o bibia from second generation Ghanaians wo hwe ye campaign aye wo landing say you know say titina akwaba UK for start here omo bronya mo tabedi wo Ghana pa inti afi sa program se ba say Afrochella Afro Nation no ama numbers no ekosro Oyo Nigeria for a ti Nigeria want to say concert we ba na say oba ha obetuma hia na Omi Campbell obetuma hia Boris Kujo Steve Harvey mu nyina nam krom ha na wu na ma no hia say ana ko chale sa ne ma no besa obabi nti omu nyina no they may not necessarily write on their thing say year of return nti default numbers ni say previously 2018 na ye war around this time on September no somewhere closer to 600,000. It will share the difference no almost 100 and something thousand na become now you share history no so the peak period of travel we share 20 a year na make say a number 600,000 still we ended the year at around 900,000 9 plus in next year 700 a year call 800 did 3 months 1 million there e betwem na ye twem 1 million no now the next issue ni say and who for so be and answer what is the impact economically research aye your airport no aye busa mu ba mu design we say ya sha average number of days and nipa ni di or Ghana no and move from 8 days to 10 days I didn't hear because there are so many activities happening to go her first no obedi 3 days wa but now buy I say hey se see am kwa January kura o seka 31st first me ko but 4th January Fuse ODG yeah big concert Kente Festival Tina Fest intimate train into the average number of days no so akosro into second numbers no kura of passengers no and say arrivals no and kosro and still the impact will be felt yes our figure yeshe in terms of average spend and also akosro from 1,862 in 2017 to 2,589 sa nipa no yenya no to the sampling aye wo airport inti se numbers no kwan kosro average spend no because number of days so akosro no inti no average spend and so akosro inti impact no and no kakra yehu. But we need a bigger project, and only a friend a tourism satellite account. So we share all these indicators, school excursions. Yeah. And what to contribute properly, what to calculate properly, the contribution of tourism. Na me no de ye can am say akofan sem aba say na ne 1.9 munya ne say eno
1.9 billion dollars in Ghana cedis. Dollars.
Eno na match say the calculation was basically and you can question the assumptions and you say ne also come ti way from the number of people who have arrived versus the average
spend
calculation
and 1.9 billion
into ye eno better one no generating some interest any hit the professors all the go me kra me say omunyina woni di akire o ha no bia from say okay the numbers are money about bonti na o say ka muti the assumption me sa
margin of error
ne sa bro fundamental papa me the tourism into okay kan ye hu say okay sa dia ye njema experts no statistical service ye busumi the yakopon charge aka one day immigration for nansen send your moye no and check kura busumi ne son ya me sure say by 10th 11th January ni nya data no near the aba abeto abonte say do say na buy ni ate because numbers no ebi o ha fibi o ha wo hwe history na ebi o ha fibi ekosoro na samba form ebi o na your activity to say bia time ye count 2008 do beba into tebi o uchi numbers na you need to question certain things that happen in the country on the mention what we question say I don't know August wait say fancy average a year be 150,000 now all of a sudden now cost be 200,000 so we are economist and now we are analyst we say I don't know busumi we nkwa etumi move to you know be what check here say oh there was this women's Africa Cup of Nations be happen you know nipa do say in buy and now this conference was here into analysis in there we need to do more now you consider say the data that we have provided is not all the data that is available but near ka kwa kusini say uhwe uko center uko nightclubs uko hotels the hotel occupancy average ubusa hoteliers e wokro manoma throughout the year na say ye video bi me send bi mo atie Elmina almost almost 3 times more tour guides catching said the numbers have come we don't I don't know any fans are here gene say oh my idea ni ejai ye na ye pese kwan ben so na ye cross 1 million mark na we will be consistently moving up because other countries move pen your mind in kind of site aye wono ye de nyankopon hira because we countries said Kenya amode forest ne yunkwan eton mo no Dubai AC forest forest wo mu si bi
they are creating it
o mu si emoi o mu kotobi e de abegum nti say wo de wote aseme de mo safari nti me matiada obua ba ye niam bi aye wo no obi a wutumi recreate that one na meche to say forts and castles you know 75% of them are on the coastline of Ghana. Which we may tune ko see Dubai say castles all of a sudden the history is on our side. Inti nyamecha the history na be the side no. E was say yin na hwe kwan a we will encourage the system and put enough pressure on the system to say ko data ya ye di be ye hwe enra obi frame from Cape Coast say hey castle na nimbasi tu ya na basi o bas tu ya na basi o bas tu ya na basi o ba wo kwa budumbram ubetwe di be 2 hours to bo was me nko because of traffic it is that data in here no ye dey kwa ko trans dey ya argument o any data ye dey beto abonten say yenti ni pana banti dey be ye dey that data no ko ni Ministry of Roads akọ trans say Elmina Castle Cape Coast Castle nipa dodo say na fa kwan no so na say kwan no say ka yitu bia mu ya ebia nipa say beba that is the kind of argument ayen so ye kwa koye
eno na ebi nso aka and utie Richmond argument na say because not this whole thing a government initiative. For example, say the president called Kasawa Congressional Black Caucus. So that was I think in January, right?
September
last year, 2018. Fantastic. November 2018, the 2019 budget was read. And in that budget, no say plan because I was looking at because the names here launch here the nipa beba krom hano. We should not now be talking about Kakum roads in the area. It should have been done probably before Nipano eba habebre. That is where we know say there are linkages into Ministry of Roads involved because also we are quite eco sites no works and housing role be no more play. Then we know say linkages no clear. Enti enim say nipa 750,000 aba almost spend $1.9 billion emu say ena directly eba ban ho na enko private sector no mo baba between tax ede amai. Those linkages that's a enshada ni ho papa in the whole plan.
I think Metri Adjunako maybe September president yes Minister of Finance already budget budget 2018 19 already no in November no or mention year of return. Or mention no, not in person, and he asked specifically say because there are certain things they call special budgets on MHN because at that time September you launch the planning only from 2017 at present my salvation say look this is where I want to go with heritage tourism near kwaya Panafest but you will say focus only on Panafest bekwa koye say afini na no bia July August na ba na kenu no nti ye bie mu ye na say buffet January bibi wo February nti time bia what you want say we your border with me aba nti of my sa opportunity for a special dispensation budget I call ya ohwemaye but linkages no say ya meetings mo Ghana na yin say your infrastructure problem deficit because wo kakakum de no na Ministry of Agriculture for so kakoko de na ebi so ka health delivery bia obi wo ho hye bia say awo beka no nti sa infrastructure adwuma de no enye say yen kan ho asem na say linkages ni ho but ye call kakum de so first because that was our first priority say sa kakum no by far eno site am nipa ko na yahu we research na wo hwe nipa ko kakuma ayese uka Cape Coast near me na boma almost the same two no boma e be se kakum nti ye analysis say okay ene e bia na ye wom ni say nipa ne ba Cape Coast a is so be call me na because it's almost the same story no dia kakum which is about an hour away and 45 minutes away nti wo hwa ye kakum na e be ma nipa no no akọ na product ni bi so ewo ho but ye coin no so sa coin no kra de ewo already on contract that say omo ye hu adwuma nti na ye hope ni say kabai March no 2019 kra de na kasa kakun road no but say kasa roads na say kakakra wo ho a na say minister ekotua contractor na say mo ye ya na contractor na samba site a omo guso ye adwuma but ye beto akoso ye nya sa kwan na ye nya data na nyina ye be hwe enye roads nko airlines for example Danwa Minister of Aviation can say ye koye or the airlines but Ghana was good here but every country when the tourism serious about tourism owns a national airline. It might not necessarily be 100% owned there, but the national carrier no for example ye buy December who call prices of tickets you cry through British Airways because in Kofu and person say look e be you cry come dem fly 2 times in a day because people entry in Ghana hano there's a limit to how many people can come because of airlines flight line ma it is somebody one friend is saying a pine almost would be but kaye na ke one national carrier until we share Dubai Emirates when the season is low for them they give ridiculous prices but we get tickets be $300 $400 e go Dubai but go drew can't over that hotel can't over didi almost so can no tell am say toll no credit o twa man atil it we no na ne onwanya no from anim haya no magino e kire ho iti sa ne ma no na ye ne na say ye ne friend say Ghana airport eko China eko hwe kwa be ne bitumi nya airline because we share globally tourism market it's na data hu here no tourism market grow by Chinese tourists but kwa be na omuntumi ma because airline be any ho chomo be see Emirates na masa be see Dubai na bi akosi Kenya na ki etumi aye director keye but eno so eya de a say ni na egusunti by and large no potential no ho by and large adwuma ne ye hunu say ye de adwene siso etokoso ebeye inti ye ne kan say like me kan you know obi but there's more room for improvement. And that room for improvement will only come with the sort of analysis that you know say president so amaye ahwodeni to me say yenko nyame chade enkoye beyond the return no I think you be consolidate against no
and beyond the return you come me pese ye dinner through a bit more light on that but was Richmond can be about the contribution of tourism to GDP ni nyina come research amoye to get the concrete figure and no munim dada
can research I can but we say data ni bi wo ha and sit with us we call Bank of Ghana because Bank of Ghana for can give you forest exchange man for assessor out all the forest forest bureaus ubet me akọ aviation akọhwe passenger throughput to say the figures are ken inkofo a etwam wo Togo border eba na yinti a big project tourism satellite account no wo sha first time in the history of Ghana project I signing up with World Bank $40 million tourism satellite account no one component of it. Your minister honorable Babra Otinje say adeba konfendi agro ne sa research no because o se de bia wo din koma data no ehu hia nti say ye ntumi anya data ni nyina amfa MPA omo policy areas because ukwa koye bibi wo kuro bi so sometimes you need to know nipa say ne koho where is the market going to come from this animal data no ne be kire nti data no here very 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 important
but this is na fe ne sa research no na just say ye targeting in 2020 for example will be problematic nti ye tena hai
you're targeting any problem
they make launch beyond the return in the 2020 say also on my the South African example say by end 2020 the South Africa expects say job creation in the tourism sector would be almost 300,000 new jobs dear saying that by end 2020 because of year of return saying the expected tourism the babeka yen GDP do we
I mean sure several ways I get data once I make sure say
research wing
into hotels any license hotels your license here there's a form of failure friend of manpower data into I am so make a figure I mean and that many me person boss because we go to me na wrong but your data of the number of people employed in hotels 5-star hotel 3-star guest houses because a manpower data your the age bracket your average salary say opa say medisa you know their bro nearby say the kind and the year of return you can say no one there man farm but it's data ni na but and don't to me more there because your be a friend is saying direct employment and indirect indirect sometimes I found one thing for example Usha Kempinski ukwa aduane ye Ghana aduane amawa aduane free farmers a friend is saying distributors of food products hotel bed sheet cleaning this money we want to understand the whole ecosystem and only the tourism satellite account na ye ba be no but no chese you need data there wo every time you call festivals you call kwawu say na say you call kwawu o mo be fly nyina e betuma kire obi mu free ba paraglide ke kraye ni pa buy for paraglide na o mo tiga na o 2 kwan e buy na no kwan 254 o mo ba o da hotel wo kwawo inti osha always odada kwawo paraglide keke eni nyina twinipa eba kuruma inti data no dey obi but ye pe
but if we want to for example publish data not on our website ubenya mayen
ye obi obebre o ha yeso ye publish bi inti em say enye din kura ye bebre more data because ye wo impact of even festivals na say afahye omokoy ye ka say final last 2 weeks Ochini did the 20th anniversary deba. Your researchers call honum into Nipana ba hono buy say day trip so die hotel be now die how far now ko die if you move da kofodi and buy if you move bebre na your return trip say ne be ya wo your analysis I want to say okay bibi it is a big deba say ba nipa say in eba so data no dey wo dada but tourism satellite account no is something global
consolidate
everything you bubusa say wako ehfa na wako na hu say if you say tourist I'm not a tourist no you na a tourist festival ha ko 2 days 3 ye tourists and we need to all be calculated in that satellite account so nationally no there be am fees a contribution to GDP we underestimate it because for a very long time we don't have that comprehensive data. I bet you say funerals. Oh, me, I don't say na me uncle for your argument. Say yes, you wakekeeping, you try wakekeeping. I was not wakekeeping was saying. Also, you're spending so much into you know. But when people go to wakekeeping, they sleep in hotels. Oh, never change. You go first hotel. I'm told you, I the honey and I say, yeah, say, you try wakekeeping. Funeral no return journey. Then any private hotels now, any private dying. Uncle for 20 and one better. Oh, buses VIP near than one ever for.
Rajman, for next year, for example, targets near the job creation, targets near the contribution to GDP. Okay. Do we know?
No. So your 3 target areas we're looking at. For example, we have currently about 50,000 rooms. We want to
rooms. Hotel rooms in Ghana.
Hotel rooms.
What can in Abomua? 50,000.
Yes, about 50,000. Okay. We want to see an increase in that. And how are we going about it? One is to encourage private sector. And nekofa conversations is about hotel to encourage private sector. Number 2, to try and come up with a homestay product now. Because we have a year of return nipa do buy Kofofie Airbnb near that. They are not in our regulation, but last time I any Airbnb for Edinkomo, they have in Ghana alone about 1,100 rooms. It's nice from rooms, registered units.
Okay.
Into we are unit 3, 4, 5. Oh, next one yes we 3,500. Oh, next one they don't pay any proper taxes because acquire say platform no media into we are trying to bring all of them under a regulatory year one that will lead to an increase in the hotel rooms so that we can move it from 50 to about 55,000. Then we have the number of visitors. I think we are looking at this year to move to about 1.5. Now the 1.5 is based on a certain assumption. Because when you're making economic analysis, assumptions no here. The assumption was that we will have about 3 new airlines possibly coming in. We know there is Qatar, the Qatar Airways, one of the EBA. There are other like Senegal. Them say last year no more started. Because without the airlines, no depending to me, and number 3 to look at domestic West Africa tourism. And to show your launching project be a friend of West Africa integrated travel. So between us no, they are come ECOWAS for. So between ECOWAS visa kura kabebwa. Because nipa bi wa one Ghana ha ofri France, wa ko Burkina, he wants to come to Ghana. So go back to France no akwaje visa san wetimi abagana. All these things are things that we are working on. Data no there
some kind of a Schengen visa for the ECOWAS countries.
Thank you. All these things are matters yakekambuma yedi unjuma but nyame metuma ka ede etwato wo ho ne say it's still work in progress. Yehwe ne kakra ye say ye nyina ye start no and I must confess yehwe maybe I between increase number of visitors. The economic impact no one but the social impact and open your core global black economic empowerment forum ekuku damfo ne eskamfo ne ade o back room ha omo ka say they want more than just visits. They want to invest. What are the investable areas? One of the projects that we are working on is to look at, is it possible, say, your diaspora, foreign direct investment, because you say I need 500,000, maybe I want to maybe. Well, but is there a way that we can link investment to citizenship? Other countries are doing it. So we invest maybe 100,000. America, them say 100 will say, you have a green card. All of a sudden, the little shops, kente weavers, arts, crafts, Obi only have 500,000 to turn his business around. He have $50,000. Which me attractive investor be because say, look, I want to invest in this thing and take it to the global market.
But another problem then is as we speak, document be anywhere say obi ba and sabeti me aka obi hu all those investable areas sika say na me here and it is not coordinated for now.
Okay, your investment portfolio product development. I'll send you a copy. We are going to publish another one 2020. And the reason why we are publishing that one, for example, we have major projects you're publishing online. Say Marine Drive, money billions of dollars. Any one year in kitty 10,000, 50,000, 20,000. But then no, you know, so there's a constraint. Or you're a foreigner, you can't just come and make those investments. Foreign direct investments. Into we're looking at a way to work with GIPC and National Board for Small Scale Industries. We'll come up with certain products targeted at the diaspora. President and board to say diaspora investment bonds. For example, we share China, India. Tama you see India for sanctions ba almost. It's the Indians in the diaspora who save the country. Inti sanye me nyina no amaye nyina sebe and many age say tourism is now becoming a conversation. Say nyina adwene ba sample say ke yes adi we a ebetuma bie kro no. Yes adi we ebetuma de adwuma ba because wo hwa wo hotel cleaner onya degree say you know say free SHS abade but who we free SHS now want to go university kra you can still get a job in the hospitality industry which can pay you. It is an avenue and a way that we can help create more jobs for people.
Matthew Rakwesi Azamani no edin komo ono eye Penya oda the Ghana Tourism Authority. No, there are some few messages. Mekain sisia na fi mako abatew meba na yababa be share other issues ewo ho. Bako how much was spent on publicity for this whole year of return. I generated a huge controversy on social media. And I'll put those questions not to him. We say extend my personal compliments to the man of the season, Mr. Ajeman. He has really made my day, and I'm so proud of him. Honorable Ben Aye, okay, let me see. This one says, Nana has your jury. Honestly, or Bosomasi Equiapim, or Selfish Obi on my indeed, the year of return concept is a master stroke. It has brought Ghana to the limelight. To those who are criticizing the tourism authority of spending too much, those same people must be informed that Rwanda pays close to $40 million for advertisement on Arsenal's jersey. Congratulations to us, Ekosiise Agyemang, and to the President of the Republic. Nana, here's your jury, dear Eni. We said the biggest event in our tourism history is the year of return, with thousands of Africans in the diaspora coming into our country. This brand is unprecedented, and I'll commend those behind this initiative. This is what you get when you have a competent president ready to deliver and make a difference. And honestly, his question is, how can we sustain this brand after the year of return? Success PK, dear Eni, thank you. This one says, okay. Please tell Ekosiise Agyemang to come back home to help rebrand Denchira, i.e. Dunkwao Onofin, and was a hashtag Denchira, hashtag homecoming. Okay, Inti, that's an invitation to you. Yes, brother Denchira. Wait, Charles Bambwa.
That's for. Oh yeah, that's for.
But you didn't train you. Oh, okay. Ufi Denchira Kroben.
Free, I am free.
Oh, I am free now. I want to be a national service. You do call on faint. Charles Bambwa. Okay, now me was Spark FM would do call. Okay. Yeah, Inti. Charles Bambwaje, good afternoon to you. This one says, okay, let me see. Obi, people who come home yearly don't stay in hotels, but with their families. Oman Hine should not even add them to the returnees at all. One Friday day and count. We say Obi, year of return, tell Oman Hine to also go to his hometown half Kenya. Say, I hear you, Eric J. Matt. Ekosiise On Asempa 94.7 FM. Maminya way we are mebusa Ekosiise Agyemang about how much was spent on publicity for year of return? About another huge controversy on social media. About FPAC, some infant to my name. So when I made to here we are or joint exa Mount Sanka FPAC. Amponsa if pharmaceuticals. Now by Ghana hair draw. More Fradians were a friend FPAC Junior. So Obana the 6 months and above. I'll be
Ekosiisen On Asempa
when you 16 years and above, they are here FPAC main one. But no way asthmatic patient and I say ulcer patient untumi enumbi FPAC because it blows your pain away. You can for Obapa product and so amount still Africa Queen mackerel, Obapa sardine, and Obapa tomato paste. Untubia, Bomodis or BPB ato. Nama Brunyano enya de Emma you renew yemu into here papa fresh 0302 668357 so pedodo etwa. Tabia herbal mixture and so when no matter untumi the malaria how general body pains unyabia Ebeboa Oko Rich Joe's Pharmacy Repash Ventures Kings Walk Wakaishi Ubenyabi ato offer 0243 686861 Ubitmene Tabia for Eddie and Como Bat Bioengineering and so say any in biogas construction no airboa papa and Ubitme use biodegradable waste human and plant waste now they are generating methane gas Udeben Wedriane Ewufie Eboa papa Erishan so MIA sounds now your modern septic tank is when you are no one is a unyabia na for septic tank ya we ya na yema na wo se wo maka ba betwen we no eche ansana ayema
Ekosiisen On Asempa
FM that biofuel digester biogas digester manhole septic tank construction ni nyina bat bio ebeye amount open mechanized borehole and so ebeye amount security fence and alarm systems floor and wall tile constructions metal gate fabrication for buildings ni nyina yebi opokwase ablekuma new road ne so ne yewo pass solo bus stop wa offer 0261 863-009 0261-863-009 ubenyaye na oni yen edi enkomo ora kwesi adman ma ye ne wu enhwe enwie 6 million Ghana cedis on publicity.
I don't know. Me number be a obi ko fast figure no say on publicity. You will say me say saying a spending.
Yes.
On year of return.
On year of return.
10. And I would say about 6 million Ghana cedis, and you're on publicity alone. But even if it was on publicity alone, Madam can't say same way. I'm say joy joy more entertainment. Almost say, hey, baby, how could you do this with that kind of money? Because maybe philosophy said do more with the little that you have.
That's efficiency.
Yes. We've been deliberate about these things, but I'll break down some of the areas. For example, when we talk about marketing, apart from the brand year of return being marketed across the globe on digital media, one of the things that we did was to provide advertising platforms for event organizers. Billboards programs now endorse because one of the conditions of endorsing programs is with marketing. Say Jaga Fest, Ghana Jamaica Festival. Near mom billboards, no more billboards either. Atuso. Way baby anyway, near mano support billboards. Nina account. Your events are we provide support to. Any events are for example, Panafest, any Panafest Foundation, we provided funding. Your emancipation, and the authority, any plus support for to say homecoming summit on MHN. And I 1 year, I say sponsorship to event organizers will be about a event in the FBB one and won't see a bit too much in Paba. But what just sponsorship, I kind of 20,000, 10,000 or pass also. We sponsor some of them. Into Usha. Now, okay, events I organizing into some events. You were 2 launches a year. I mean, one in Washington. Near
Ekosiisen
National
On
Theatre
Asempa
with performers near the dinner. We was said that we did a friend say Sikakitwa way now we do more with the little that we have. Inti we share to send will be Rwanda spend we share near a friend saying South Africa. You call now you call anyone to call first near it's branding of even buses in London. Countries are doing it. Because any budget, but I cry it's become for some of our tour operators you for any almost you people must have been given a huge budget. when you tell them say the 6 million cedis and I say just about $1 million now, yes, I never win na bro bia dwene ne tiase ni no say nyagopon na wama sa ade nyina tumi akoso wo take so many other areas souvenirs cloth ntuma ye into what we did at some point in time let's say be ntuma ni aton ye be t-shirts ni aton ye be caps ni aton say ne be ya we can also generate kakra dia ye sa year of return into be hu sashes ni ade abrofu pe toni na we bought from small weavers in Bonre Art Center go for the souvenirs ba ni aton near the nina age 6 million pay. I mean sometimes
but again no okay inti what can you invest 6 million? Do we know how much yenya in return? At least from sa little investment mo ye nyoma mo toton ye na ade.
Onyema ye toton ye there. I mean for example we had some sponsorship from GT Bank.
Yeah.
About 150,000 cedis on the channel. Inti only the only recognized
financial institution,
because when we started this thing we went around with some of the telcos say look even any branded starter packs na come on for buy opportunity attorney they didn't believe in it say baby no some of them ambush marketing beverage for any other but it's all good until the year near from but I mean I think Senina will not even come to about 200,000 but it's just something that we use to also create some merchandise for people we buy also cloth kakra all these things we've done within this budget. If not for anything, it's a miracle, because for me the amount of money you need to be able to execute a campaign like this,
Ekosiisen
huge.
On
We'll
Asempa
take you Dubai 2020, and even when we host competitions in the country, Black Star for outside Kobobo the other day, budgets and you've been in the idea you. Oh, in Tina Yana make sometimes I am tourism you buna bufia because Kenya $10 million. See if I year of return. KBN Kagana yenya ye 2 ako Burkina de Ghana are renting for because Kakrum have a marble. So but you share social media. One thing we did, you call NAACP is the largest civil rights organization in the world, black civil rights organization. I want Du Bois, W. Du Bois, or founder. You call your Mokotana say you person more partner. Almost okay, we have a database of almost 2 million people. We will plug in and send them a message. Ghana is a place to go. How much will you pay for that? So we can say celebrity endorsements. And who Steve Harvey, Eba Hakura Castle, try video. The two say, I've never felt so this thing in my life. How much do you pay for that? All these people who have come, Kofi Kingston, WWE, they came here and did a documentary on Kofi Kingston. A show to their audience. So audience say audience on our own. Say me koya adverter. I wouldn't even think of WWE audience. But that is another audience that Kofi Kingston gave us. You have Congressional Black Caucus, Nancy Pelosi, Tama, Mami official Somalia ya omenia policy, na Trump, and in Uncle Africa, Obedru Cape Coast. You know, Sunday said the president said I should come. I'm here with Nancy Pelosi. Do you know how many people retweeted that? Sane one over there Kutiaka. We have done and here maybe I said America say nyame wom said near ka pass ye quantify, and we've done an analysis of the EAV advertising equivalent. Estimated advertising equivalent of how much we've generated. It's in the millions of dollars, not even on Senkofoba how say ka ye tua CNN fire the documentary 5 minutes now so tuaka maybe $500,000 nti sa money na no end media yenya no free and we got it free because we also understood say we don't have the money, so we talk to the influencers, we engage them, we got people who can take us to people who will say okay, I will say this for you. Throughout the year we had 2 videographers covering people into so where we ba no aye no aka maybe or and also country no we celebrate ni aye ya tag no na eco viral on a mention. Steve Harvey came here in the video you put 2 here within an hour number 60,000 views. How are you going to pay for that? Into no so one year deliberate in your year. Into me pay Richmond as small kind. Said right now we need to move from as if say this thing that happened is not a friend is saying.
Happened by chance.
By chance, there was some deliberate listening about it, and that is why the president, from May, say, look, guys, this thing is not going to end in 2019. I need to see action, and he said, he will take us to the Caribbean, 5 nations, out of it, even health for nurses crying home, and no the year of return success. So Ghana nurses and so nursing exchange. There are things that have happened. There are things that can happen once we open up the space. And for us, I don't want to be even discussing this amount of money. Say we will show the very detailed
breakdown
so we now and no crowd me bought a friend of antifio capre
Fiona
Ekosiisen On Asempa.
She's I think on the GRA board as well. She's I think on the GRA board. Okay. And going forward, you are CEO of GTA, Ufri said $1 million. Now, what you've been able to do a drop in an ocean.
A drop in an ocean for two major launches, about 3 state events, plus the support to private sector. Yeah, there are events that are still happening. We have to support. Yeah. Sometimes we have to.
In the Afro-Chellers and the Afro nations, then it has got nothing to do with
No. For example, some of the areas that we supported, events, some of them we bought tickets.
Okay.
Why? Because the people have made an investment. Afro Nation, for example,
Asempa
and the thing that they have done at Labuma, Peshi Lagoon,
yeah.
Team. Some of these events, when they come, we sit down with them. They say they are making this huge investment. We tell them, so we don't have the budget, but we can support you with marketing. In some cases, we buy some of the tickets because we have stakeholders who also want to come and see what is going on. In Tinina, you can quantify it as support to the event. Some of them we give them billboards, some of them we give them money.
And some events in that event are but for year of return and come on.
Oh, they before for Chela they almost started 3 years.
Okay.
But this year, said who numbers inside that. But we also provided them support. There was a media organization, BuzzFeed in the US. Afrochella partnered with them. We facilitated their trip here to come and cover. Hotel we have to pay. For example, media, farm trips, we had media from so many organizations who come to film. Okay. They say we are coming to do something in the country. Can you provide us hotels? Only now can 6 million.
Okay, but that's what you are telling us. In the for me, basically I'm passing.
Okay, it's not
a breakdown.
Ubusai, so video for you. Ubusai, I think you calculate. Hey, tourism authority does not know how much they have spent. Oh, okay. I know they yet to be the tourism authority refuses to disclose millions spent on year of return. We are sure say joy night with the stars now saying one time no crack cabana mo year no bia mo spend more than 6 million because artists baba krom here I don't know a guy obenum stadium say you see $1 million Chris Brown into Chris Brown sika no ne dia we Chris Brown sika the benu we ni dia we nyina into un say I
almost one no we
okay
electric
cigarette okay the benu electric cigarette
okay because my yanhwa say I wish say Senioma settle enough munya all the necessary data and I will talk again
all the time
but beyond the return no and no will just be and no better than focus near then briefly in
2 minutes you will be a friend of completion 7 days until 7 pillars nema feedback nya no ya boni na gom you say you will be a friend of birthright and healing journeys and as a pilgrimage you know said do one buy so year of return me buy no come to me specific program bia you for you be birthright journeys we call Israel into yen so yeah birthright journeys black person bia should come to Ghana you know system your investment your real estate number 3 your friend is saying citizenship, issue of citizenship. Now say President Ma 126, say ebin see that, but ye per kwan bia ebetumi afa so a very clear how many we can give every year, how you apply, how you get it, because sometimes people are not sure say kwan no me fa so the issue of visa issue na kasa visa issue. Say kai betumi nya bibiti say diaspora visa bia e wo ho a obiaba in the strategic positioning of Ghana. And when Mr. Frimpong can say about being deliberate in promoting the country. Into these are the pillars some they push for beyond the return. We know that there are anchor events like Pana Fest, Emancipation, Homecoming that are there. And you see also December in GHD I had the Dirty Rave, Afro Nation, Omunina Yenyomo as utterances say. And then we want this to continue consistent. Now we have to go in and provide more support, because sometimes from where I come from, my year events that no some of the organizers say hustle go through near the but if we can provide that enablement, Afro Nation for say November computer so no matter 7,000 tickets. Ewo abrochiro ebi free Australia could go go for to ticket online or mobile. Na nipa no to ticket na baby wo ha wa to ticket no kra no ye ni embassy wo
Ekosiisen
It is between a visa project I just no so ka ho na ye visa no aso fele ya na no afro plane no aba nti ebeda mo ase obi bia obo Pana First office of president diaspora na president me to chairman na say ye friend say wo hwe se ne adwuma we no one Kasamun or consistent report. How is it going? How can I help? On a channel. Inti on also my encouragement in crying any mama the board of GTA minister. Minister Katrina Fikuso in a chassis and honorable Barbara so by no or be some young say we are mammy for any more year juma. Any your board dental or I'm a board member until
board
then
that Tremike in a more aquaba now man for until baby aboko dear
Yamia Dumboko
full name near
Dental
Martin one of my Guba programs.
Yes.
Oh, okay. And we are based in London and answer US.
I'm back and forth from the UK and Ghana. Yes.
Into it will be a year of returnee. Oh.
Yes. Bibisa.
Baba, in 2 minutes, I could say from where you sit.
Oh, I think, sir, it's been fantastic. In terms of speaking to the SMEs that I work with through the Guba enterprise, and they say Christy Brown, and I say, oh, how is it going? She was like, she hasn't experienced this before. I mean, even yesterday she was sold out of stuff. People were just coming in there. Wow. And so it's encouraging, it's fulfilling that people are buying made in Ghana stuff, which is important. So they're coming and they're buying our jewels, our bags. Sorry. And then only a hotels and so forth. I mean, the first time, usually in December, there's nobody in our hotels. But this year, people couldn't even get rooms. And it's been overwhelming. We never expected say BC. And so we are looking forward to the beyond the return and how we can sustain it and also get a lot more people to come back home.
And still are the conversations amongst the diaspora, they are willing to come even beyond this year.
They are. A lot of people, I mean, we have someone like AJ Johnson through the Full Circle last year. Wabahanamo 8 times already. Wow. Since then.
Wow.
And there's many others. There's many other stories. People are building relationships here. People are thinking of, buying homes here. And see, I think the beyond the return gives that conversation. Beyond you just coming to visit Ghana. These are the opportunities that I mean, it's been a great year. We thank God that we are entering 2020, a new decade. It's a new vision, I always say. And so, Bompire say, Nyame beya dum na your friend is saying beyond the return will be more successful.
I am more successful. Then yadase.
Thank you.
Yadase, Papa Painty. Akwesi yadase. Why? By say Yet is Beyonce and Jay-Z buy and the Nanya no cray. Never I'm in a buy. Okay. And I'm in your bar. I think her sister was also here.
Yes.
From the report we heard. Okay. But generally it's been good.
That's it.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Yeah, that's it. Into Kwesi Ajimani attending Kanono a penny or that Ghana Tourism Authority and Ekosiisen Suni Asempa 94.7 FM. Yeah, the can't catch them. And there were two major issues. First part now, second part, no man here Kwabena Santi will be sitting down. Larry Dogbe, editor of the Herald newspaper. Gordon Asaribedi, editor of the ABC newspaper. Enra Yeshen Komobia sent way more of a sequel to Enra Komoa Yeshe Sieno. And yet what we want to look at the year in review 2019. Focus now on the opposition NDC. Have they given the current administration that responsible opposition at Ghana for and only Komo aye baba bedi. But my main Kyle said, may hear some segment on the show. Freshman, fresh lady, fresco capsules. And if it's Asempa Pharmaceuticals, Kopebi Tofre 0243 559 319. And Madro and Memedro and Coco air. How was a drone the dean and a honam as a freshman and Mema diano. Fresh lady and Madia, fresh Coco air Hawa. Upebi to Ebeboa. Bales Ghana Limited and Sosoya na saying almost all the trucks, 100 trucks about Ghana ha. Ope work and pay a flexible power a Bales Ghana Limited. Ko na Koko Pebi or more than some around about. Trust lane the driver for Muntie. What your man for car check unso a brass or be a car owner. Manenka with New Year resolutions. When only Bales Ghana Limited including Komo. Fre number way 0544
on Asempa
126 422 0544 126 422 with flexible work and pay. Kakra na kana baba ye wodia. Agbave Herbal Hospital and so boy need me hear some segment no ebremo. Omo so omo de mona soap ni mona cream abedwa so. Pebi tona honam and toso Agbave Herbal malaria no pebi nom tonic and so menstrual issues unya bia beboa. Balm no pompa bo honam tutu fa bitwe so 0246595256 na nyoma enkoye emo. Ecobank Ghana and so boy any de me hear some segment ebro mo de Digi Banking Park na aba mo amoye business amopese mu biem. Sign up to the Digi Banking Park. Papa in Canada. Zero opening balance, no monthly service charges, automatic access to EcoBank's payment and collection solutions, Ubenya access to loans of up to 200,000 Ghana cedis. EcoBank in Kwane Beye way amount. Yes, I'm capacity building and a financial literacy programs. Ekahua Ebeboamo to me a grow business ne grow ne. In the EcoBank branch be a remuna no one in Conquering Kobo. And as with my free toll free line with 3225 na only one kasa Ecobank the Pan African Bank Bell Malt nso won to be a tobi na bronya de Bell Malt ye wo Bell Malt original Bell Malt choco and a Bell Malt coffee unya wura supermarket hu Bell Malt a wo de page me nefa coffee de papa eno no mo ahoden ewum vitamins B ye wo nice and ewum kama eboama wo body no so kama for 0544 335 800 na only one enkasa tie we ma me ye ba o man hene Kwabena Asante Larry Dogbe Gordon Asaribedi akwa my guest in studio Ekosiisen Suni e wa Asempa FM ye ba sisia
don't call me eh bay e dan na ne boaya fuse e yo obi dan na wutim watimi waka me ben e na wo fam and it's a man's way. Mock estate. At it's a dining saswa. So get 90,000 Ghana to this crown now. Ubenya a dining for na air fe, na air papa. Na the dance wom crown say. Ubenya school, any hospital, our estate team. Ya dining and sassy. Ebiwo, kokro bitse, any amasamai asalaja. Frayan one machu for you so. 0248 84 5342 na one ye nchoche nkomo Mock Real Estate obia ye fiera
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM.
Freshman capsules, a one memon pomudin, fresh cool capsules, a yema cuckoo,
fresh lady capsules, a woman maumutsia or mufichukum.
Name or pinful or buy one more menu for now for that when you do me a new count. For 0243 559 319.
FD Associate Judge and cry to him what to Musa a
fresh products, hashtag Bobra.
Charlie, now
Emma, we were banku.
Where sure? And your car is you feeling.
Joe, me were banku on my phone too.
Bank, I will phone so.
Ecobanku, Joe, Ecobank mobile app, yeah. It's me the BBA or Babia, Abribia. But checking my account balance. But you have my school fees. As I send this car come on my Wale. Wow, now Becca. Massa, download the Ecobank mobile app no. I will Google Play Store and our App Store and now star 770 hash. Number your wow bank manager.
Manager.
Who pursue your bills, school fees, check your account balance, and money sikako Ghana habebia. Ana amanonimpoa. Ecobank mobile app. Big Chawatum. Ecobank mobile. Anyone ye di Bobra debia.
Ecobank, the Pan-African Bank.
Amanfo
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
Ayi adwuma pa o.
Ye de kan nyina wa wo frem nom agbabetonic ensesa be na abo apomdrim.
Asiesie mama menya hoden foforo kra. Sesei agbabetonic adaroma esuo me honam nya me ya bie o.
Wo tro for os me dance na ja brochire. Amanfo muti o. Agbabetonic kutie koko.
Agbabebam nso sasabro ukotodwe usisi. Wo de agbabebam twitwi so a him ahotonko a.
Ahotampa agbabetonic ene agbabebam.
Paswampa enam ayadwuma papa
Agbebe Herbal Center ya wo so wutum en woye e ma wa fafuru abato mo manufo ne mo fra woni mfie dumienu de won ka ho e wo Herbal Chemical and Pharmacy Shops efifo fra 0246 598 256 and 020 813 0790
Agbebe tonic ne agbebe balm
oh yare ebeko kra
FDA ahwehwe saa ejedi nkrato yi mu agye atomu se eye
Akosia, makotwa sini na bo. Buwe mawu. Oh, bibe mo to me se fiji ni nyina wai.
Kwadwo, na den na wo sin. E de na wo hwehwe.
Me mpesa, me se wa na wafanda wa so na be ya no.
Wa wo hu abrabo. You see your life. Afa de wo sun. Enam Belmont nti. Wo nim se Belmont ti e wo unique taste. E de enti na wo di sie ye.
E di enti na me fancy. E fi da e ko se wife na sai hu Belmont. Mani agye ho saa. Beto be se fridge mbia na mo fa no ni nyina enu tina me di prison credo eto fridge ni no eso ni nyina achi munya kwai eyi no men
o kwadwo kan wa koma te oyem me ankasa meto na mo akosopa e wo mpotamo ha na makwakonya 10 packs aye Belmont and na chocomalt a wo betimi anum bia jeja wo ho
medofo medasie wa kire wo do liwi ni di Belmont ne hunde sonko a e wo Belmont original ene Belmont choco beverages for aye no simple, irresistible. FDA,
Ashesha San Ejedi Nkrato yi mu. Agya tum se eye.
Bemena, wo kwen, kame ba ho.
Enkomo ho hu, we de bonitawu. Na menasi kwan so.
Sir, but Bioengineering Service for e wo Ghana ha babia.
E wo mpo na mi koyi o. Wo mo ba ye. Efie bia ni wo bie mu a wo mbeka so mo gyanan aba pe so. Wo mo pe e na Ghana ha. Se mo di manhole, water borehole drilling, e na fe biogas de. Wo mo ni seso. Wo mo nti bia nya ne na engu mia biem. Wo mo se tu nsuo. Esan ye floor, ene waters. E ma ankurankura ni nyumaku ahudo nyina.
Wo be wo but Bioengineering Service for chira kwan e wo Pokia se Ablekuma New Road. Pasolo bus stop ho.
Fra wo mo 0261 863009.
Ana say 0555 800 719.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
Eje adwuma yo jama sasira ene fertilizer ba ko no ena ma okoko no asusu sei enya agro me de minima sasira na ba ko ye ka hu yi de
hwebribi yo na wo di ho agro pa aha koko krache kra na aba no mani nchechire mu yi
ayampa sa wo di asasira fertilizer gu koko so much ana April bosumi mu a awasa wo di nitra bosu gu so July ana August bosumi mu wo ye no sa no a e ma asase no nuane nduru ahodo a e ma koko no nyini ya from fefe na ebo koko no wo ban soronko free koko anonom ni koko nyarewa wodo pii ho na eba sa e ma koko no suye afimu no nyina na ba no so ya akese emu ya duru ahodi wo mu yi
na fertilizer ba ko no kra mo se ye friend say nitiabo
David enye nitiabo eye nitrabo
nitrabo na ehe na menya asase wura ene nitrabo fertilizer yi biatro
enye na ewo yarafo aso eye wo Ghana fa na nyina
afen so kai se koko eka ba ku bia no wo di asase wura bag miensa ene begu so ena nitrabo nso wo di bag ba ku begu koko eka ba ku so sano so
nitrabo ene asase wura de enu hamoda
bibia ni afret
03Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
nitrabo ni asase wura ni
ekriafo ahotoso papa no
Charlie, no way.
Emma, me wa banku.
Oh, yeah, sure. And you can't see if you
Joe, me wa banku me phone too.
Bank, I will phone so.
Ecobank, Joe, Ecobank mobile app, yeah. It's me the bibia or babia, abribia. I check my account balance. Me tell my school fees. As I send this car come on me wale. Wow, now Becca. Massa, download the Ecobank mobile app no. E wo Google Play Store, and App Store, and now star 770 hash. Number ya wow bank manager.
Manager.
Who pursue your bills, school fees, check your account balance, and money sikako Ghana habebia. Ana amanonimpoa. Ecobank mobile app. Big chawatum. Ecobank mobile. Anyone ye di bobra debia.
Ecobank, the Pan-African Bank.
Hey, Mira, and the Abaya Wuti Ugo Dina say.
Oh, 2 weeks ago.
Na netina watching me nupe na agbebe fever dra wa swade konkoano no.
Agbebe fever, me belodu bi kraka ho a. Hey, me du hon mu a. Me ni malaria eni twaka bia. Ma yeso soja ni a wo kwa kon no. Ba fu akode preko.
Agbebe fever so de eni akode akese pa. Malaria bia yi ni ti pe na di ni sun.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
Yenimu ani enimu. Hey, agbebe fever me de timi ye. Na Ghana ha so de ye. Kro bie no aye malaria free. Enti se me tu kwan a na ma boam ho preko. Me fa agbebe fever e hye bag man sakra na fatade ambehye
na sese wodi ni nyina ekro no yen ya kafie nso e
oh sa hade krom hade de na pharmacy chemical herbal shops na abu anu nso gum kama etitru kra ne agbebe herbal center oh so utuom last stop ana afre 020-8130-790 and 024-6595-256
agbebe fever
malaria sin ho odina o mefisi apemfo abata wo ma manufo ene nkoda wo ni mfiedu mienu e de won ka ho
e wo se wodi etwidi mu hwehwehu ka ho ansa na wagye ayareshe sene oman no etwidi ayaresa hwehwe yetie
FDA ahwehwe saa ejedie nkrato yi mu agye atomu se eye
ma drive in fiedio nini na so hwenkyere
menua misu ka bia ma drive bia ay obi die o
obi ampese obetwi ne car na mpom pese wanya odi
hwe na me so e
metwi car enfienum ni na so me masa age car no ema na ofase abra owie school onua how bia ne hobium efri se bills ne Ocean Spring mineral water the asem de debi aba we come a driver for salesperson and obi bia opese odi insio hudwa na osanchi ono car ana tricycle enye de nkra near kan ye ma o truck ne ama insio dodo bia opese woton wenya kwa na ye 2000 Ghana cedis boso bia wenya ya ka o na ewie no wahala kasa tintim bia enim frey nsisi a 0544 126 422 0544 126 422 anasa 0302 918497 wupe tra kwan a ye wo dansuma runabout ye ne trust clinic and a boss here kai se nhihye kakra e wo ho bills ye wow boss
Sedie adesua yemre enei ubetumi asua bibia wo so wuhunu wo school mu e wo TV so we ye nhihye fofra Multimedia Group Limited SES Knet and woloafrique.com's e-learning project Wolo TV edeba eye joy learn dwumadie mu atraatrafo abene ene betchre wade e wo subjects ahodo ni nyina mu enti yankronkre senior high schools community centers and libraries ahodo momma monsanka multi TV digibox CA joy learning kosusiade keep learning
Bemena, okwen, kame ba ho.
Enkomo ho hu, we die bonitawu, na menasi kwan so.
Sabat Bio Engineering Service for e Ghana ha babia.
E wompo na mi koyi o. Wo mo ba ye. Efie bia ni wo bie mu a won beka so mogya na abafe. Wo mo pe e na Ghana ha. Se mo di man ho, water borehole drilling, e na fe biogas de. Wo mo ni seso. Wo mo nti bia nya ne na ngu mia biem. Wo mo se tu nsuo, esan ye floor, ene waters. E ma ankrankra ni nyumaku ahodo nyina.
Wo be wo Bat Bio Engineering Service Fwechira kwan e wo Pokuya se Ablekuma New Road. Pasolo bus stop ho.
Fra wo mo 0261 863009.
Anase 0555 800 719.
Manindaya, me facility Asempa FM.
papa driver, man in the hair, me pesemiti Asempa FM. Taxi driver, man in the hair, me pesemiti Asempa FM. Filling station, man in the hair.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
Pop spot, man in the hair, me pesemiti Asempa FM. Quaristers moson for kwa master prayer honey honey na mutie Asempa 94.7 FM. They say yeka prayer na wajisu ewu BFE.
94.7 Asempa FM so ne Ekosiisen dwumedie no asoguso awutie ne yeda munyina asema munyina akwa aba bio se matwen ye ama yakwa aba medi dio sai bon so make say ade agod na sarebedi akwa tena se ono editor ema ABC newspaper sounds na Larry Dogbe editor ma the Herald newspaper ono so atena se wo man hene kwabna asante ebeka yen ho in a moment na fe yahwe atoa enkomo a enra so. But this one from Gorazo, UK, or see in 2010, more than $3 million was spent by the federal and the NSW government of Australia in getting talk show queen Oprah Winfrey to Australia to help boost tourism, but it failed in the end. However, the tourism minister says it was worth every penny. We must applaud our tourism guys for achieving too much with just $1 million. We complain unnecessarily in Ghana. Gorazo
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
Fallout from Nkomoa DCC. So let's be careful that we do not become known as those who know the cost of everything and the value of nothing. Quote President John Ajakum Kufuor. This is the time to take pride in our land and in ourselves. Let us celebrate Ghana and this awesome initiative, Year of Return and Beyond the Return. We free Brian Boabenho. We say okay, and he will be sending me a presser by who? Samuel Tete, Director of Operations of the EC. Okay, here you will go through that and then would see. The moon semni be betuja and ya shedi ya tuja. Ekosiisen so ni. My memory anu me yakwaba na ye nhwe ntoa so. Larry, akwaba net saying.
Me amejoso.
Koye.
Ya go so kakra.
Bronya no wudi.
Yeah. I think it's been well. I mean, life is everything.
Yeah,
it's been well.
Yeah,
so,
very, very important.
Yet, you know, and
only here.
And having friends like you, and then Gordon and many others.
Yeah,
I think so. Yeah, I mean, it's worth it. Yeah.
Of course, of course.
Life is important.
Yeah, that's a say. What to me about Bekaya who and every Gordon Akwaba. It's saying.
Pardon. I want to 31st December 2019.
Final day of the year.
First January by and enrich yana by. And at 31st abano. Na yana de be mekaze count of blessings. Say area out here no. It become suspected. So what is say I'm robbery course this year. Area. Some producer. Military commander, one of your bodyguard and Echo forecast see you. Also drive a car. But one to be overheated when you be. It doesn't mean to be a babakunku bia, wabwa, na say papa bia, why ye be, and now home for be no ye be sir. But by his grace.
Yeah.
Until you do to be ready and trouble kakra. Near memory a betty so kakra. Na memory betty so just as if we say. Madam for be family minimum damu. 3 weeks ago, and the back of that hospital. Minimum of oxygen class here at the hospital every hour be 50 cedis.
Sir?
Okay, yeah, I didn't know.
Every hour.
50 cedis. Hospital now could die.
They see so for the whole day.
Ma maybe then bye bye. Ya omudi sinoso. Ya omukache ne say every hour be 50 cedis. What's one ya? Nti mu fa de ni sinoso. Okay. Mama no so wonya wo. Mama no so wonya 50 cedis no per hour nti no. Omunya oxygen ni free ne ba no so. Obi a no so de ne buso ni aba hospital was there bi wonti me hwe masa na abrante yi 500 cedis. E de to was say e bit at limit sustain akwa de kakra no mo fancy no so. Make us a mama no kwa bia onye papa bia sa we ase dawo. So ohun say from 50 cedis per hour.
Yeah.
Oh ne dia na aye so betua. Aha, enti no nyako pache ne mabibre ya yeso nya blessing to the other person to the bia nya obi na se bi produce an nsa no ebe so na yi ti wo so kakra na so kakra so da mo bi. I'm telling you ye na ati yenye ye. But minimum the Larry afam there, but I am sure say the ma from Larry afam bi. Hey, obi ho wonim woda. But what you din da, obi ta said message. Chale emu ode ma me. It chale o ma mo bi kakra. Obehwa hey, wo pa ma 20 cedis.
Yeah.
Wokuno.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
Now last week I think it's 24 na Friday, right? O man if manopa, e be fi ho no ma na papa bi aba. Wodi be minim Ghana nkwan will be the 60 years compare middle age person.
On Asempa.
And there's life expectancy.
No, yeah, life expectancy.
Life expectancy no somewhere 53 years I say. It's one bro so crowd.
And then 75 billion.
Now oh no, it's never been 75.
75 yeah.
You know point say 70.
But as a country
and the Supreme Court judges and then I'm really at home.
So papa notice what the base 62 63 hono mo. Yes. No ba me hono mo. And come on the media no ho. Afi no o kasa obeto eburu emore kakra, okay? O ye calculation bi kire me. Yeah, ska wo hia no a wo nya be 50 cedis a obetima to eyi bi olon ka bi kakra no wato nkruma kakra de aka wo. Be ma wo. Ya o kasa wo matu fie ne yiri so afiri magya no. To de bia ne kasa memma wuja man ne haju but in fact se mba no so wuja memma se de nkra ne si bread no ya de nya asenketoa. Papa no pe be 50 cedis nyankopon da me no bi so chimbi. Ti me so bi cheni bi me man 100 cedis na hwe eni gya no odi na mu an odi eko. Enti no 31st adru ne de ye be de nyankopon ase. Nyankopon koso anu fe bone nche ye ni pe die. Bone no ye taaye to be so ade ye sheda ye no ye nyaye. Na
enyu me so nya bra na wakwa sorry. Very important.
Me mom die me no kure ni 31st I mean tank kwa sorry sa 31st I mean tank
and de unya bra ko
and minya and
sorry be na wo anka
me Methodist ni
okay unya bra ko
yeah and
Methodist hymns kakra
oh yes
how sweet the name of Jesus
yes
why
but can it be before you see nanyi but in fact it's all good I go proud to yeah to ma ahodin wo mu die
pa me da say enti God na Rebedi akona mote ne nka no oman hene kwa na asante no man hene
o ba beto ne mu krokra na wo die
oman hene ye na bre na yenti oba Larry utie nkomo aye ne the man at the center of everything that has happened with year of return ye ne edi nkomo impressions say ye no be 5 minutes each na ye mra ye main issues ne so
me da say na which are you for my statism is here from the beginning.
Okay.
However, the portions I'm here, I think I wasn't encouraged listening to him. It appears everything has been limited to his search for data. So he never, made one sentence without data. We are building the data. We are looking for the data. We are looking for this data. We had spoken to Bank of Ghana, and they had to give us, data on how much, how much forest came in, and so on and so forth. I mean, I wasn't too impressed by that. Again, I wasn't impressed because then, even at the point in time when he spoke about Kakum National Park and then the road leading to the place, and he said, Afena, contractor no these are things that we should have done right from the word go. So that particular thing made me ask myself, who conceived the idea of the year of return? And then I mean, what was there a committee and was there a body really in charge of this that deployed a lot of resources out there, both material and then human, such that we had indicators through which we can measure them by. You get it? Now I also ask myself, why didn't he tell me what upgrade had happened? Because I listened to part of the one with the investment and I think that he made a lot of sense. He made a lot of sense as to value addition. taking the natural, and I said that here yesterday. So you take the natural and add something to it, and then you change the form. So you notice that people, some places, they go to pick dolphins, raise them, and then domesticate them, and then they become, you know, with your friend saying money, revenue making, you know, avenues for people. We've seen that many times. Do we have a thing like that here? No. And if our version of that could be the, you know, Paga crocodile ponds and so on, like we said here yesterday, it is nothing to write home about these days. It is nothing to write home about. Then Larabanga Mosque. I watched one video done by Famous on it. Yeah, Famous. I was so disappointed again. See, they had encroached onto it, and that the mosque is now just living in a very tiny way. Meanwhile, the history, you know, that is associated with that mosque, the fact that even that is a mosque that some time ago used to be on one of our major currencies, and so I think it's even on one of our major currencies, and huge tourism, you know, potential. Who is ensuring? Say, listen, the encroachment to, you know, into that area is blocked off, such that people can have access to it, come and watch it, enter there, and then, you know, they feel whatever it is.
Would the solution not be from the Kintampo model, as they choose to call it? Say the management system we put in place for Kintampo waterfalls. They want to replicate same across all our tourist sites. A rep from GTA, from the traditional authority, owners of the land, from the district assembly, they divide amongst themselves. No, they be at all for, you know, how they be reinvesting in the site.
Why are we talking about that now? Tourism Development Authority, and has been there for ages. Yeah. It has been there for ages, and I'm sure, but for what happened in Kintampo with the you know, the students who died, I'm not sure, you know, that kind of value would have been brought to bear on it. I'm not sure. I mean, I stand to be corrected. Well, my ambassador he will throw more light on it. You know, so then you ask yourself, listen, Ghana has always, I don't think the year of return is something that had marketed Ghana. Ghana has always been marketed beyond description. Take it. How many American presidents have been here in the last 10 to 20 years? Bill Clinton was here with the wife. George Bush was here with the wife. Obama came. And then, you know, Trump is here to come. Maybe he could come. You understand? But Ghana has become a spotlight. Anytime these guys, you know, are coming, it's the whole international community. The spot is on Ghana as to what is the American president coming to say in Africa. We get that way, your friend saying, exposure more than any other person. Talk about the Greenwich Meridian passes through here. How well have we marketed all that? Exactly. And
the center of the world.
And then I think there's another one where somewhere where is it, that is the center of the world.
I think
Thank you.
Kintampo and I can take crash. I think Kintampo.
Okay.
It's Kintampo.
Again, that is something we need to add value to and market. You understand? Then another thing that we could market is our funeral.
Ekosiisen On
Asempa is a huge way, friends, and tourism potential on its own. What have we built around Otumfuo? What have we built around our traditional authorities? How have we merged the House of Chiefs to, you know, your friends, and national development, I say our democracy, sort of. Do you get it? What role do they play? How are we marketing all that? The beauty of it. We have so much that we need to, you know, add value to, and then make sure that those are the things that bring us money. Cocoa. I mean, today cocoa price has gone down. The following day, you know, it's oil goes gold, all that and so on. And so we have all this. Friends, a year of return, and then what we are saying, I'm yet to see the numbers. But if it's anything, you know, if the reports are anything to go by, Steve Harvey, is it a year of return for anybody?
No, he came because of year of return. Yes,
okay.
But he came because of year of return.
Okay, because
I think he promised the Ghana ambassador to the US.
Yeah.
Was that he appeared on some prime time shows in the US.
Okay. Yeah.
And some of those show hosts promised him personally, said they would come.
Okay.
And that's how come.
Okay.
But he came twice. You know, he came first to visit the Cape Coast Castle and then came back to shoot.
Okay.
Do some interviews and shoot certain things.
Almost every coastal town in this country has a castle.
Almost, yeah. Especially on where was central and western regions.
Even Volta region.
Oh, okay.
Fort,
castle.
Exactly, forts and castles and so on. How well are we marketing them? What value have we put to it? Cape Coast Castle, I mean, some time ago, it used to be a point where people go to, defecate. Victoria Park near it. I mean, it's in very deplorable state and so on. You get it? I mean, year of return, compare the marketing of Ghana at 50, the marketing of Can 2008 to year of return. It is nowhere.
Yeah. But no sooner Kwesika said Ghana at 50, Can 2008, now or more budget. We know the focus was to use little to do more.
So you go back to what I said. When was it conceived? Okay. Who conceived it? What was, what was put into it? What were the input? And then what are the, how do we measure the benefits of that? Okay. Again, let me talk about Bree Gardens.
Okay.
Another major tourism way. Your friends say potential that we could talk about. But what have we done to it? Nothing. Bree Gardens, this is your friends say and it's more like a
photo shoot.
Thank you. There is a helicopter there which is run down completely. I don't think that is to be there now. If that way municipal and as a district way assembly is minded by some of this things, this is something that they could capitalize on and market very well and use it to raise revenue as opposed to relying on central government for interventions and so on.
And I think the good thing will be new model no person model and none would be informed by the bill which is currently before Parliament. In the once it becomes law, now be mandatory. Say in the assembly as part of more IGF, more revenue sources, tourist site now more honor babeka ho. Into the assembly, traditional authorities, Ghana Tourism Authority, omunyina were reps like a management team. So and I say a board, and that board will pick a manager. And I think second Tampodi and work here. There's no need to reinvent the wheel. Just replicate same across the board. Now Obia because Kentampodi, according to him, board never GTA were rep also. Traditional authorities no rep also. Assembly no rep also. And no more matters no matter manager. Manager ne qualified or a student or degree in forest management and no matter what guy they are paid to do a particular job. One more KPI, they can maintain the place. And I'm looking at Sawoko Nkrofol, for example. Now in Siona, it is believed say it's a huge tourism way. But management of it, W.E. Du Bois now acquire that
even see where Du Bois is buried. It's a huge tourism way because Du Bois is a huge name.
Huge name in the Pan-African struggle.
In America. The slave routes, how did we market that in terms, vis-a-vis the year of return and so on? We have a lot. I mean, low-hanging fruit, some people describe them. But I mean, sometimes the water is there, but then we are complaining.
It's down to the focus.
But any if Kintampo tourism way, if it's with that way or my hand, I'm not sure. It's incomplete. It's incomplete.
Yes, Gordon.
Kaka meet my account and said it's been a huge success. Even Bank of Ghana for Ubia dia what the Babeka about 12 Bia said Ghana it means kasi in the free mubiano and empirical. Meet me aka said don't make biano an understatement. Because I won't say t-shirts or mobile or mototono usu down qua circle eco art center culture they in my receipt and unti for bed them po etimi akase a track a dwadia a course so within that period no then your man receipt how much more even VAT receipt and until a very difficult say a best at your busa ebia akosi agiman anase aban say okay so far no say na Ghana government anase economy no de enka economy na nye Ghana government yeah economy no omo e buy no mutim pump into the economy. It will be very difficult. This is estimation go put on be no I can tell you say e be under e kakra enunti no e we say take advantage say na aba no that bibi sa ba e be den e bitima aboa ye ho prepare you in a better position say I face scientifically bitima monitor na maybe dia be on me did say ebia 2 weeks time 3 weeks time ye tenasia aban eni me aminu apele ko saje mamu nyina ampo tena say omo ye stock taking no mo hwa omo bo mo nsa no I can say oh I did ye successful but ye opportunity we never ha no opportunity we why say never why say that is how life is. So the as life with you opportunity ne ba
and that's why beyond the return initiative no
yeah no me try say no go corrective and you say baby lose out no it's not all lost yet. You bit me find better ways a bit me according to the net me I recupus ke be bit me aboa economy no because look me early this year ministers if I butcher by oh ni enjoy num ye be Kakum park if I me Kakum na che papa me ko I think Jesus time to mo so na mfo bi omo ye Jamaicans no mo didi ko to omo buy yeah abrante pa for me free crying ye Kakum me do me fu akwa fu ni afi yawo what do you know? Ekwan fu pa obia what tourism asibia no ehun sa akwan no say pa e blot on our conscience as Ghanaians say you nim the potential of tourism. It's a blot on our conscience. We have no excuse. This akwan say you I think it me ye tentem. Kotoka International Airport Wi-Fi or is not the same.
Free Wi-Fi ni ho.
And I dare they say if when I Wi-Fi with baby ya make a free Wi-Fi so make so don't qualify it.
Them say be offices e wo ho no or mo Wi-Fi or mo use. But be a free Wi-Fi.
And they say baby we could be a Wi-Fi wo ho. Make
a lot major international airports.
Are you free?
Sometimes it's free.
And you free oh.
Sometimes air free.
Oh.
Okay, me ba.
Oko Istanbul.
Jai. Oh me pacho. Istanbul minimum.
Who you soon for some
1 hour.
Na teko.
1 hour. Istanbul be you free for 1 hour.
No 1 hour. 30 minutes.
Please be free Istanbul Benrech ya.
Istanbul Airport.
Me from before Benrech ya. Last weekend me from buy. 1 hour.
Because a whole any Russia you know no 1 hour.
Me say me call Turkey. What is yeah me 1 hour. 1 hour. Airports bebre e free for a bon man which means about 30 minutes you have to log in again.
Of course.
But I had a 1 minute in Pony Hop. That's the problem. That's what I make no. Etika mu kwata ko so bojo mo no kroma bebrebe e ka mo ne Ghana airport for yi kakra ka mo say 20 minutes kram pa hwe obo no ma wo ba Ghana no woni wo say obedru because
at least up here internet they are sorting
so much say producer we free akwa America internet nti wonyera no wo so bedru airport so a obo 1 2 3 on phone say pia restaurant near me edebe near me obenya direction akọ
but producer say when you call from Kotokasi here I'm almost free Wi-Fi for 1 hour.
Really?
Ose
notice no boy here. Every day breaking news. Yeah, notice no boy here.
Wa bro beka wa say me why na frɛ.
I know o meka. In fact, my story be that's how the whole most person media story. Minim say e wo ho pa dia hwɛ Istanbul die. Me koye. Na me pese me ko wa me
ebobo ho nti bi o peso hu
me ya ma hu je say wo do passport no ko swipe.
Yeah, ko swipe.
Swipe you know what
that's in the airport. Yeah, we swipe no watch your ticket.
Now watch your ticket. Password was so no wa for 1 hour. There be
Wi-Fi airport kakra.
Oh, yeah, capital. Yeah, capital intensive. Don't be ja wa man. On go say some fuwa kwa. Yeah, can look at yas business lines and why ye. No, don't. Oh no, that be what him. No, I put for find chapter be myself. And yeah, go but you see, the make kind of say, your achievements need to be achieved through year of return.
But at least news, then they say Kotoka International Airport with free Wi-Fi.
Oh,
1 hour.
1 hour. Okay, you better move back with it. Move back with it. And to me say, oh my head, year of return. Achievement no doors. Wouldn't say Kumasi Biabaho. Over the weekend, I moved Kumasi. Call ye Ashton Koshe. I at Ashton 40 years ago, Mumbai, the woman started by Ashton, you have returned. Eti our cascading effect.
Of course.
Yeah, Ghanaians the couple you have returned on Master Table. Okay. Of a father fear. I could be said in the video hold walk or Premier College. Yes, it's 35 years or my now by Jack. Now, interview can local guys now no money dinko. Eh, father, you have now here and the FWD and in Namusa and yes, Mambatum Piga. It's no, yeah, see, it's all about leadership. Bibia was so. Nyamiadum abedru say with that much effort to ABM this go charge my crowd. Say Nyamiadum say next year. Wakaso almost high year of return. I can bet you. Obe putting effort to be put 3 times more than we put in this time around. Because and go for the suggestions about because be a say kakra we say nka hom baby bro me see timi develop now we do airport to Krempa potential places have been you should see them.
Yeah. With
taxi drivers contact numbers.
Yeah.
Taxi drivers do say kwa ne timi no mudi nkomo say sa taxi drivers we dey nipa be 50 we dey monko airport mo fa obi e free abuchire aba wo so ba within the first 5 minutes no look enkomo aboni ni be die no ye kwa meni ba ko no hu say no Ghana wa ba no we comfortable what I say obetimi ono ekasana no asate ekeka cuisine bi e wo ha say
Ekosiisen On
no ka bebe
Asempa
obetimi akwakoji wani but nipa no ebikopo make us more airport or a driver wonim year of return wanted
of course
etu what the tell us say year of return if na ekoso a was me the mad kro afi obis me twa take plenty kifa broche ba wo sit utikwa won mad kwa afi ni ba ko no na ba mu pa bu and to going forward the majlis ye best ad
baba say yenya messages be break say free Wi-Fi wo Kotoka.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Oh na be the jamiasi
and the Samuel Brown Boabin for example said free Wi-Fi day. I used it a week ago.
I see.
And no more actually on Facebook.
And
he's been to the UK recently. He's been to the UK recently.
Government delegation or
as a human being.
As
a human being or as a
but you see
Obi said there is free Wi-Fi at the airport.
Whoa.
I recently watched a video on YouTube.
Okay. Using
and
the Wi-Fi.
The person confirmed there was free Wi-Fi, but you guys can also verify. 7 from Cape Coast. We say Kotoka has free Wi-Fi, but not stable and also slow. Nana Primary said there is Wi-Fi at the airport.
Oh, good.
And I say we say yes, but it is slow, but there is Wi-Fi. Okay,
Madam will be we immigration officer. No, first no airport. We was starting friend. That's as I'm kind. If I did say we hold mo dia. The say e wo no ya dey see here. And now ko say man no na ubusa na Afrochella ne sa ne man. Afrochella say oh my, I'm surprised if I wouldn't back any there. Wow. And there was some bo. So when you why would you get Canada Japan? Why would you Canada Japan dear? Canada Japan back Kenneth. Afrochella. Yes, it's because I'm one.
They na
I'm surprised I wouldn't him. Also I feel almost as I would deserve.
Afrochella.
Yes.
I'm
telling you, this is the 3rd year boy the bag now. Oh, but I do what they want the team one. He doesn't sleep. What is enough for young guys or multi America? Yes, America. Some yo yeah. And also the bear Afrochella. It will do sir. Kenneth. The back Kenneth Japan. I now for no more US no more a team up. Yes. And I tell them money and yes, I did do Christmas.
Wow. But that was huge.
Yes.
That was really huge.
What I say?
Wow.
Aha. And to no so position no. Position no na you have returned a my but the bedroom here will take advantage. So
Charlie, but testimonies need good. And there's quite things. And my wife just got to Ghana this afternoon and called me through the airport Wi-Fi. Ernest Ewo Bridgewater in New Jersey. We say, as for this one, let's give it to the airport company. There is free Wi-Fi. Don Kwesi Pedro says there is free Wi-Fi at the airport. I recently came home and I used it. Indeed, the testimony is overwhelming. What's it?
See, I no cry.
No cry.
Very positive.
No cry. It's good. Well, we say Obi Kotoka has free Wi-Fi. I even used it just yesterday. Yeah.
Street lights. So mampenyi ko baby na ya no ntie de nkane aboho na mampenyi ko na sese tukana na we are mad. It is always ayi return year of the returning and na ye there aba.
Return of the returnees.
Let's almost yes, you from man. But I'm not sure. Say,
okay,
I'm not sure.
We say, please greet Larry and Gordon for me. Tell them I'm still waiting. Nana has your jury, dear. I don't know. I don't know. And I'll say, tell Gordon that yes, Kotoka has free Wi-Fi. I've used it before. Istanbul's Wi-Fi is 30 minutes free. Maybe Gordon used Terminal 1. Gordon, you say, maybe I'll go Istanbul, use Istanbul Airport Terminal 1. What's it?
Has an Airport Terminal 3.
I should think so. I just
terminal difference.
We say Obi Omanhene is a big man. He always moves with his personal Wi-Fi. That's why he has not monitored the airport Wi-Fi. Omanhene. Oh no.
It's an portable, you know.
Okay. Yeah, you see. Okay. Inti Onassis Kobe Ewo Kumasi. I think he's the original youth organizer for the NDC there. Also, Terminal 3 has Wi-Fi. There is free Wi-Fi. I've used it before. Honestly, it's been there since day one of Terminal 3.
Oh, good.
Yeah. Yeah, since day one. But those are some good. But why is it not conspicuously displayed at the airport?
Istanbul.
It's visible.
It's all the machines is what display man now, yana go find frustrated.
Dusty Man in Bekum says, Obi, Wi-Fi is free at Schiphol and Heathrow. You only have to register with your email address and within seconds you are through. That's true, but as to say, 30 minutes, 1 hour, and then you would have to renew. You know,
I think the assumption is within that time you would have
left the airport. Yes, it's true. We say, hello, Obi. Remind Larry that the year of return was mentioned in September 2018. As we sit in GH and quibble over what didn't go well, I have friends who have made good money in Ghana and abroad. I have once used the free Wi-Fi in the lounge at KIA. Yes, business lounge.
We are not quibbling.
What is all mine here?
I don't think so. We are just asking. You see,
asking questions.
Yeah. You know, these are the way that we can, get.
But you say through when you and go for awareness. Now, we say, of course. I go for stranded because before said
yeah. Ekosiisen saying soon Asempa FM at 5 on the dot. In Miamra, main topic for discussion today.
Ekosiisen On
you set
Asempa FM.
This whole conversation out for us.
Within the year, issues about minority, national identification,
yeah.
EC, Omugusu Kasao, referendum, Omukasao, Oslo, Sensemba, Omukasao, Ken Bond, Omukasao, Auditor General, Omukasao, Zip Line, and also Omukasao, family and friends, Omukasao, Aquine, and so Omukasao, and teacher license exams on a county. A bit baby kikahon, but me probably. The Medebeshas the referendum and then electoral commission. Na Bribia Damekase say even an average responsible oppositioner bribia than o man think say amamu ekoso cause ubu man na dom kumano ana one opposition no bribia da omoji tim say de obeye bia no ye mfa ho a a lot of chaos any problem eba utie the NDC on this matter of referendum now. In fact, almost shall see this and come on no more kasa no more chiro madri the enti almost say ye dia man yosem ebe fra ye local elections now. It was answer the be brain enye papa apart from cost and nibre be ba ho ne sa ne money compare national level the cost kra na ene ne be bra M1 in fact ye mu bi in tempano we said say it makes a lot of sense say the amanyo sembe share the local level elections more per what we continue to see in the national bit no ebe high pa yi wa konya sabi bresho but ye ko ye nim no na ye kinkan nguma bi ti said ye yura Callistus ye yura to ahoyemo achrochro ye yura doctor engineer na ato ata achro na ye ko so ji adwinche ne ye hwede e course na no day ewo local level elections. I think say ye mu bia shall share revise your notes no. Say sa how no. Say ya nhwa ne ndi sa nkomo na ntu ase prekopa. Enya dia beba. In fact NDC played that role ebo me hu say are we yet there to actually politicize if jomu ye nyina na Asempa was that are we there prepared ready as a country to actually politicize the local level elections simply because omo believe they say we aren't ready as we speak now. That's their position. And I'm kind of say how can say ngomani we dia bia you revise the position of the NDC by saying say let's do a broader consultation and probably activate the partisanship in the local level elections. Because there yana say me no yete obi na yehu sa chance there potential assemblymen e dey from wall ho ne e dan ho nyina no e party chance there na impo campaigner wonu koye nyina no so no party mpanyifo ne party mani bi eta wona chi a wonu koye sa campaign no na mpo assembly bi wo assemblyman fo ne bi ka it hinges on party bi nani suade hunu ene de opeso e ba sa potem fo no enti nyame no nekrani on that score they played a reasonably very good role on the issue of the referendum. But I believe that they can do more by still opening up the discussion at the appropriate time for Ghana to relook at the issue of local level elections being politically active. Before maybe I'm a teacher, we are not so to the same tune. I want to talk about the EC. Any budget idea more for one income or money over time in relation to machines to aba any here say abatu woman in this case the register no didn't such ebem they be that they make can say opposition they or not just opposing ideas but they be that opportune ideas across na yina way who actually say and not just being opposition tina oka say anasa asem na oka no ese se de kwa adwendwem ne ye say de oka no ne kwa so esisu pepepa na clearly on the surface of the argument o hwe brea ye de koto aba na o hwe hihia electoral commission for person de gu akwam na o hwe de domkuma ne ka ade ba ko so na domkuma ne feeling say it's like the electoral commission doesn't see them even as anything, which was at that time and still very dangerous for any democracy say betimi according him. Into the party forcibly said say they are going to resist the new register and all those so-called obsolete machines with the biggest of might that they have to the extent that they will adopt all means. And Emma era Elvis Free and Quebec say then Accra should stand still. I didn't come over or say Accra will stand still. It clearly our edge on that score too. They've been extremely responsible because opposition party, if you underrate them and you undermine what they can do, Senya Ghana and Yewa one here underrated man getting be teach you their far about on these two scores I'll mark them above average and say yabedu san komo aye dititi electoral commission no esan say electoral commission so wonu nkita hodie magana for do na anti de wonu be so no ya na de wonu ye na se e form. 2, the NDC comes across any time matters of electoral commission no as if saying komo makodi nyina na NDC for kra no because MPP for pibra de omo kan sonko ya enua be ma CPP efes de no bai Kabila so ba ha also asema okay sonko it got to a time when the movie crash just said then it means that a media representation or anything any other representation of interest should be on that IPAC meetings no said we will stand for what has been agreed on those meetings. Moving forward, Usher Electoral Commission for post-media BBA appointed to one say register no say one people say one improve register for ebe baso and that postering is where I think the commission should seriously have a discussion with the biggest opposition party to understand because George only a very important and say make sure say me electoral commission the DBCBNC who the sound so bad here e be shock say nipa bi nim so o man we ma if you say a Christopher in cremophonic traditions na for but nipa bi o man we ma o madwe no ate on person tisi dada it I will urge the electoral commission and in this case the NDC say they have done well in these two areas that are raising issues about na omomwa Ghana na electoral commission for the omontia se bi animani mia no omohwe ne yen clear ni na mfio because the ekoya ni say ya koye ni say register ni there whether yes or no the register is coming up. It's coming up.
And especially after parliamentary approval. But before some call more, let me ask probably the most critical question. Because of topic I here discussed, and I say, has the NDC been a responsible opposition, at least in the year 2019, and only year under review? Party be our opposition, the national executives, no any leading party, no, and sana the minority in parliament, leadership of the minority, into your more and I say, party no policies, party no alternatives. One more edituja. So what shall you may American who take the party in parliament, who take the party's national executive? Do you think, sir, or mama the opposition Ghana needs, or mama the government in power, or more Putin in check here? Have they shown that quality? Have they shown that seriousness as a party in waiting to form
definitely
government?
To be mixed with propaganda, but it's a yes. It's a yes because they have given them a tough match. In fact, Usha no do na appear on agreements contracts Usha the role that the NDC nyomo impenu for play over national party executive level. The number of press conferences are Omayama MPP for responding reacting immediately. I feel that on a whole, averagely there, I will not mark them anything below average. They have been reasonably
below average should be
I think 65, 70.
65, 70.
Yeah, it's my option. And they've been reasonably responsible to the extent that for the latter part of this year, even the Chief Justice swearing in they raise their concerns, but and Tiasia to me, Juma, in the name of Ghana First, Emma Bibia to me, because we have witnessed incidents on both sides. There may be another way opposition, now we our behavior, now very upset. But clearly, I would say that our democracy is growing. Parties in opposition, whether MPP or NDC, in this case NDC, they are also understanding the role of an opposition party. Into they are also playing their watchdog role very well, even though you cannot leave out that aspect of political propaganda and mischief along the line. Sometimes they blow certain issues out of proportion, as if saying, "Example, situation." Oh, for instance, what readily comes to mind, the sexuality comprehensive sexuality education. Just a money in MC control more dear just and the way they shut the thing up. And you ask yourself, hey, I don't know if you're not boom sana. But a calm down, I yes, yeah, tin your mass in the you realize that no. Too much. These are some of the things as we have conversations. Do now media say political mischief and propaganda di juma wompa no and na mama typical example no comprehensive sexuality education, it was just blown out of proportion. And the case of a very sensitive issue in Tadi missing girls. We moved out of the reality of making sure certain families will really be appeased and be so challenges will be solved. And then we were making political capital out of a dangerous, sensitive situation. Unfortunately, it was on the part of the opposition, blaming the security services, blaming the government in power, attacking the government in power and the security agencies every minute, every second, every day. So what I say, as if there is a connivance, as if there is something deliberate on the part of somebody, all because of kind. I think opposing is good, but you can't leave out reasonable mischief and political propaganda. They should manage those things, and most of the time make Ghana. But averagely, their opposition for this year ending 2019. I think that is
my hand kwabena sante dey attending kan Ekosiisen so ni my main hwese menya opposing views there on Gordon the NDC in opposition, of course. Omanhene aka say for this year issues or more raising contributions or more they about something above average and or say 65-70 thereabout. From where you sit, if we said the NDC as a political party and no more opposition into the national executives, the leadership in parliament, or my responsible? Well, oh, that be on no answer. Wait, no.
But for me, maybe mom dear, I will veer of giving max.
Okay.
Because your democracy, no, 1992, and a baby Drew is missing. It's a unisaw. And you know, for me, if you set out to look for excellence. In governance or so be in government or in opposition because look, opposition party, all propaganda tools at their disposal.
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM,
including lies, including causing fear and panic. Meba. Including the Mickey now, propaganda tools. No,
propaganda mischief.
Me say including causing fear and panic.
Asempa FM.
What I say, omutimi ye. Ki can sembe bre. I say, Amagedon eba. Okay, it ba was from 1992 eba. Aba MPP opposition so mo kekan in fact MPP opposition na 1999 hormo na ema kwafo kunkum ma nya dade MPP for the campaign yes na say kwame nkroma kwa so fa bi kan nyame
Dr. Buckley bi be PM
wo kai PMP but for 6 months running every day front page where Dr. Bagley La Paz side all the baby me mom dey wo hwe from 1992 ba besinea if we even do critical analysis of even NDC one in opposition, NDC two in opposition, but we say the improvement the other ones no matter how irresponsible they have been for me there's a major improvement. I'll prefer ugly nuances, to say be a culture of silence, and I say be a culture whereby I will say would disagree with you. Not watching aba now I'm not all power bo in the crisis. You know na me home, but if I couldn't child try that time when I want so wa buy mono. Yeah, won't so kuta friend say official figures no, as also to the barbon thing. Now we church we say figures your moving. And no story be about one thing stock exchange. Say stock exchange one shall this year kwa be almost one of the lowest. And one of the lowest lowest within the past 3 years. Past 3 years a year President Kufuor at the time. Yes, be called about negative 11 point something. What are you mash kakra? it is up to a bank penny for MPP communicators so much as say, look, a first 3 years CD of MPPDA, this may be the worst. But just before MPP Bapa one, negative 14, and to know, even though it is not the best, but it's not the worst. What is you? It is not the best, but it is still not the worst. It's almost a certain piano, and almost the bar, or mutimi Edbe Church and Kofum. Look, opposition party, we are the agenda setting any day. Tell me, Samebwa. And this is they have managed to set the agenda for MPP on several occasions. And MPP for Chelsea woman. Just to set the record straight, it is always difficult to set agenda when you're in government. Because good news doesn't sell like that too. Especially in media for no. Good news. Hey, on Mampenny Kopalugu.
Asempa FM.
Sadam no. Almost $1 billion. It may be one of the most expensive projects ever. Here in Ghana. But what they say discusses had asked them no more than 1 week. You intimate discuss because opposition Emma won't to. And I don't want to call them say irresponsible. For me, they are doing what they are supposed to do as an opposition political party. A bit try say bedru baby no. Ya na omuko overboard. A boy no match do about nothing. No market can. But it is up to one wabem no. Mutimi to expose their lies. It may let them keep quiet kakra. Say as one working and you say netie Oslo diaba no makanye say netie Bondo aba and you say netie Koko sika Asemaba and you say netie no machechim comprehensive sexuality education. So we can not say and you say netie in fact friend say licensure examination krompo ya ye ka ho asemi. Say be producer we should share records ma and you before the diaba act wo no ma since 2015 or so. Yeah, what that and will be to us. Tato levy. About who's the NDC in opposition, but I say who passed that thing in parliament. Let any NDC time. But MPP by no more say, ye be implemented there no. Hey! As a quay ungu, eventually they have to withdraw it. By certain piano, you must be on the alert. Opposition there, don't expect them to keep quiet. They can be down. Some people no say the news baby kesi bia ye wo minister na waso aropa no enkrata gu wani bebre project we kwaso wa ha wo ya assessment we say obi wo deputy kopo bo deputy hesere wo si ha wo dwa wasum etese wo timi sa na mani nyina opposition leader o constituency so
we MP
an wo twen aye asori bia se fundraising we chairman
on Asempa
we MP we say minister etu ya mo bed no doso but opposition member bu suppose how many times and na yeka so ma chairman was function bi etu don't know
they have time to plan.
He had to plan mischief. What you say? They have enough time to plan mischief, which they will do, and to know whether they are responsible. You know, boom, dear. Me, I prefer ugly noises. But to the beer, yeah, not be to say the no man in the car a referendum. No, me, I wasn't happy with the position of NDC. Back when me say, party the Bekasa, yeah, you busa almost say the position of the minority in parliament doesn't represent the position of the party, which for me was an insult on the minority caucus, because they are the ones representing the party in parliament. Etobo kasa abahanza dimu since July 29th no, and the party anti that. Yeah, the party no just be party beka asem abonten what hefa dey sad ne adwuma, but nyahwe across waka wonwe me gidi say e bia next government ade obesan baby be mu yes it has to come again. Me gidi say na yete ame no man hin ye be nyina adwe be ko bankrum say e was say necessarily you talk about on political lines. My mean so the danger in say you better aba ayi me put that be man can no me see nyai
Asempa FM.
Enti me dey say look ye kwato aba ayi MMDCs na ye kwakoyi MC uchebi referendum no say no yenye ne political and yenye ne partisan. President Akufo-Addo ye president you will be MC Ewechebia. Can President Kufuor campaign for that person?
No.
Can for some for campaign for somebody in his constituency?
No.
I did try.
Because we're representing a political party.
And woman enquiry. Woman enquiry campaign. Your mass of an enquiry. And I him for an enquiry campaign. Why must we? I don't say segregate almost say we're a politician and abada kwako to the Queen's important one. I was so in the bush also. Make us a land lost grab back from more. And he was known as why president, why chairman of NDC, general secretary of NDC. I said don't get any ekwato biswaba. I was ekwa. So my MC, I was a message get campaign. And many backro. Said the benti. And so, and yet, ya sign. But it says, Sabe be ma. I will hope so be I never tell us look, baby, I not do. There's a danger, say, see, I'm too a man for on partisan lines, sir. And yeah, and then I didn't get your person and go, we shouldn't have done it. Me uncle EC, new register also. Very interesting. MPP and the NDC, they have both been consistent. 2016 elections. MPP for almost a day. Someone pay new register. Now this voice say almost someone pay new register. What happened? Was there a new register?
No.
Okay. Come 2019, year 2020, MPP once again someone pay new register.
Yes.
NDC once again says they don't want the new register. So what should happen? Now say in your new register now, how can you blame MPP? And so both parties have both been
consistent. Asempa FM.
And democracy.
Our power, no opinion, a whole this way.
But unfortunately, yes, I did here. Their power most of the time is throwing weight behind the position of the electoral commission. On both occasions, electoral commission did propose and never say you pay new register. Yeah. And don't forget to say. Not after Jan, as for the independence of electoral commission, won't even believe one more. We are back constitution that shows I won't even shame. I pack near the adin. In fact, hey, electoral commission, I pack betting me a one fee. But I papa. Because baby, you say democracy na adruno. And yet, all manage with some dear, but you did say so will be as wagging. Now to the formality and the money maybe. And to some people before this time round. I saw most support to electoral commission. Say, open new register. For me, I don't see anything wrong with it because MPP for since 2016, open new register. I don't see anything wrong. And this for since 2016, say, open new register. So they've been consistent. So what is the hula baloo about it? Really, what is the hula baloo about it? What's the mom pay? Okay, MPP for some also pay. Yeah, you know, 8 years, you see, pay, we see, pay. It's new one about. I don't know how can you blame anybody
on Asempa FM.
You can't blame anybody. But electoral commission, okay, say political party, electoral commission, I think say more communication, still was so much ye kakra. Dr. Bosman Asare, nonsense what Tony down war.
Yeah.
Nay no so kakra. Maybe at the channel church in India. And to me, I said the Biano Casa or so classroom. But if me quite Dr. Bosman Casasa, too bad anyone was now Bosman, you say so near no Casa war. Bosman Chairman.
Okay.
International relations, right? It's one known you be. I'm surprised at the point time the Casa no a cost. But Lenny Kev, the GD say a few bits in or Casa, and yes, it was a political power. A 2 million, a soon. Until will be pay. Now, I say will be a so fedipa. A so fedipa, what would you accrue when you're besum? I'm a one I can't know, so we send the last opportunity no would you? Aha, and to know, yana many penny break. It's more communicated to sense political parties were. Munya careful, Tambia, no more better man, or must see in the African way, come on. But yana tension will mutri. It's yana Munya careful.
God and Martin in the for you. In 2019, the NDC has been responsible for the Omaye like Omama government in power, no.
They'll give them a round for their money. Yeah. Opposition. I drew. They said you are better off not being opposition. See, muka mutumpre. On set it up. And yes, I never born man, or yet the anchor. Mistakes when they may be home. Unya, make I say that time na me refuse bill, but then do I jahu opposition time, present for time. Petroleum deregulation, I think. Do I jahu one day? I did me parliamentary correspondent for statesman. I did channel be a choir. About 65 amendments stood in the name of Do Ajahu. Papa na go fi. That time I think say Felix also Japan and a majority leader. Great leader. Great leader. You can never forget that man. Great leader. Baby I will be a show. Do Ajahu go fi. What last can amendment way and I think say Dr. Kwame Ampofu.
Yeah. Formal education.
Yeah. There be no crisis. One of water region. Energy guy. I. One the work can me who na about you fit about you and about you. The Dr. Kwame Ampofu so no. A lot of amendments. There is no opposition. But about 65 amendments in the name of one person. Yeah. What do you think he was doing? Yes, sir. Papa was you know but you will be a year. He stood in his name. He said, "O pese adniye refining no." Na said be Ghana benya.
But for that kind of opposition, you who be CCR from the current minority in parliament.
ABR, because I'm no more in parliament. ABR means then, but obeshe no so ko come a friend say committee level meetings na course na I can tell you na partisan you know hore na that much. Yeah, na very fair. Abrante be friend Kwame Abuja also. Yeah, Abuja. Me kai one day be parliamentary select committee on housing. Yeah. No more on the architect. On one member of the committee. He was just a friend of the committee. And I must call committee meeting be as a member of Ghana Real Estate Professionals Association. Now, I mean, to say papa no, we are brandy. What being at small working in a fair mindedness. Or I just say to count the best favor agents. No, basic committee level. No, yana ye to be sure no. E wo hono ba to the be at the kwa so abontene de. Yele be bring say
my member Larry ho na me Larry. Indeed from the where FENDC ho this year. Ufree say Omama the opposition are wo personally we are comfortable with. Omama good opposition to this government.
I would start from somewhere.
Okay.
I won't answer that question. Me answer question categorically. But I think, first of all, personally as a human being, I have difficulty even in writing my stories, saying the opposition party.
Okay.
Hardly would you see that expression in my story. I mean, at best, I'll call them minority. Okay. And because opposition tries to connote way and negative, some negativity, meaning say, listen, sorry, bye. All that you are
is to oppose.
Is to oppose, and then so whether it makes sense or not, you are just here to oppose. So I have difficulty with that. I rather see them more as partners in development. I mean, putting the political mischief and I said the political expediency aside, I see them more as partners in our development process, And on that score, I think they have played, a very good role, in terms of raising the issues, and then Ghanaians and as the media picking it up, presenting it to the people, and the people knows almost views, to shape the debate on national policies and so on, and then the direction of the nation, as it were. Because today you are in, the other side. Tomorrow you could just be
on the other side,
on the other side as well. So you just have to sometimes compromise on a lot of the issues, just for the forward march of the country. Having said so, I don't know whether we met in Parliament when he was a parliamentary correspondent, because I also covered Parliament, to a certain extent. Now, I remember there was one occasion where there was confusion in Parliament, and then I happened to be in the minority leader's office, Honorable Bagbin.
Okay.
At the time, Honorable J.H. Mensah was in Parliament then, and I was privileged enough to be allowed to see through one of the meetings. Listen, that day I saw a different side of Honorable J.H. Mensah. I mean, this is a man who knows, the parliamentary rule through and through. But he came, and the maturity with which he approached the issues, Bagbin, Doa Jaho, E.T. Mensah, and many others, they had John Mahama, they had taken an entrenched position on a particular thing, and then they were going after the Sechi Hughes over something that he had, done. And it had to do with not allowing, the minority to do a particular thing, put a certain view across, and so on. So then they swore heaven and earth to go after him, even boycott the sitting. And parliamentary boycott, it's a major thing. It's a major thing. So then, out of the blue, Judge Mensah walked in and engaged Bagbin, engaged the minority, and so on. And I mean, he left there with some level of way. A friend saying, he calmed down the tension, and then the next moment, these guys who had sworn to the media that they were not going to, be part of it. The next moment they were on the floor, and the language had changed. Okay, now they were ready to be listened to, and so on. So a lot of compromises go on. Another thing that goes on, just allow the person to talk. He might not make sense to you because of your entrenched position. And I said the government of the day is briefing heavily on you. Government needed to take a certain decision. And for its own, political expediency, they felt, listen, we can put this thing here because this is where we get our votes. Minority feels, listen, when you put that thing there, to not yield the kind of results that the long-term benefit for the country. So why don't you put it there instead? Government, and I said, government will use the numbers it has, the majority, to bulldoze it way out. So sometimes it creates a lot of tension in the house and all that. But I think, by and large, the boycotting of parliamentary sittings these days it reduces significantly, and that again, I think also because of the media the media scene, whether you like it or not, if he can't talk in parliament, he will be out there to talk, to the media, because there's a huge presence, media presence in there, and so quickly they call a press conference, they put their views across. So the thing that I didn't allow him to say in parliament, he's saying out there. At the end of the day, it comes back to you. You hear it, and so then the people are carried along. I think that the minority has been able to do that. However, what is happening is much as they've done so, the majority has had it way. That's democracy. Yes, but you see, thank you. That leads me to a certain article I read recently, which talks about. It was written by one professor in Cambridge University called David Rassiman, who talks about the death of democracy and the birth of an unknown beast. The death of democracy and then the birth of an unknown beast. Now, he's saying, listen, democracy is becoming autocracy. So, you just have a name, democracy. The person is talking. Opa utie, opa untie, opa odibe ejuma, opa unfanye ejuma. Where are we going? So it's become like a formula that is being applied. So let them have their say. We are going to have our way anyway, because after you've spoken, whether you convince the person or not,
the rule of the majority.
Exactly. The rule, they call it what? The rule of way, the numbers. So he's going to use the numbers to beat you. And in Ghanaian parliament, we've witnessed situations where even the majority was convinced at the end of the day by the minority. However, then they use the whip system. And tell you, and then we even make it more ridiculous by saying, listen, Uvoti, we are far away, no, the other guy on your side. Okay, so then you are being monitored by the, you don't know whether the guy is going to report you to the president, and whether the president next reshuffle is going to kick you out also. So we have reduced democracy to a certain level where, it's become more of an autocracy than with democracy.
Not to cut you short, but Look at the impeachment process in the US.
In the US.
See, it says so far, President Trump has been impeached.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
But I think eventually it is tried knowledge is Ekosiise so it will be shut down.
Yeah, it will be shut down.
Is that not democracy?
Are
you not going to say beautiful democratic dispensation in America? Why not Ghana?
Ekosiise On Asempa. But you see, then it comes back to what the argument I'm making. Okay, so then the Congress is dominated by the Democrats. Okay, they had used their numbers. Okay, then it's going to the Senate. Where the Senate, but Republicans, where they are also going to use their numbers.
Yes.
In the rule of numbers.
The rule of numbers.
But that's about democracy. Democracy is about numbers.
You get it. So
because is there a situation whereby because will be presidential candidate and 65%. I'm will be any 32%. But Ghana for you say I would do 32%. No, say we chance 65. Who understand?
No, you see, I mean, what you are not getting is that
what is it?
The numbers.
But that is there's no alternative to that.
I think there are.
What is the alternative?
I think there are. I mean, you see,
the alternative probably will be to build a consensual system. When you go to EU, for example, the EU is consensus democracy, and it's a in the EU Parliament, parties are holding doors. In the majority of the decisions in EU, through conciliation. Into Oberheno, I was say because power and reside in the hands of a particular political party.
Excuse me. EU Parliament do they contest for election on the ticket of EU?
Yeah, they do. Some of them do.
No, what I'm saying is EU call elections European Union
to select country be our reps
it's a regional body.
Different from say okay Brittany. UK the
modeled around and only a majoritarian system.
That's what we say. EU Parliament, a bit like I said, ECOWAS Parliament. ECOWAS Parliament, about what is ECOWAS Parliament?
No, but in the case of EU, it is more. They deal with more serious stuff than because the EU need a whole body
human rights issues like that.
They deal with more serious issues.
When was the last time what is the ECOWAS Parliament and I say African Parliament? I could say more South Africa and I say baby boycott. It is because any sovereign state membership.
I think point of correction. No, in the EU is more. It's a continental body. As opposed to ECOWAS, which is a regional body.
By no point aside, no. In EU, member countries forgo
a lot of their rights.
Defense. I think it's just defense. Agree. All the other sectors, forgo in the EU body, they do more than just what ECOWAS does. ECOWAS,
it's an economic.
ECOWAS, share that with say EU. EU need more advanced. They take serious decisions. But a border on countries.
But still, what I want to say is still EU but yet team. What call a face a Bundestag? Germany. No more your modia. Of course, heated.
Of course.
A divisive.
I know.
I
know. I don't say there are two political systems in the majoritarian, which Ghana, US, UK, and they are consensual. Depending on in Norway, those countries now they have consensual systems in their countries, and they are mostly countries are more homogeneous systems. Tribes be brave and they build a certain system.
The parliament around that.
Everybody will be involved.
Proportional something.
A lot of their decisions are consensual. But and a lot of these European countries are majoritarian.
Yes.
Almost tribal systems, almost society, very heterogeneous. Easy. Two main parties in the US, in the UK, in Ghana. And if we think say the rule of numbers say they all can ever because why countries go through phases in their development and in their democratic
one day
we can say a proportional way party be rep every region be represented every tribe be those things. I mean depending on how
So you see, then you have a situation where we have listened to the the majority on the way on Oslo. we listened to them also on the referendum. Listen, the referendum, if you are, a student of decentralization, you will notice that, listen, the position that the minority took was the best for this country. Because several commissions of inquiry, as far as the decentralization thing is concerned, came out. At the point in time, they talked about how, bringing the chiefs and then the government together. So let the chiefs appoint this number of people. Let the government appoint this number of people. That didn't work much. Then it came on that, listen, allow the chiefs just to stay away. That also didn't work because the decentralization, it's what happens at the local level. Bottom up approach towards development. Now, if the acrimony is down there, the political acrimony is down there, what do you expect at the end of the day? That then the policy that is supposed to move, from the local government all the way to the top, it doesn't get there because once it gets there, then you have something to say.
I have something to say. In fact, that argument, for me, it is one of the most weakest arguments ever.
Okay,
that particular argument.
This is what I will do.
Oh, the mean, yes,
true. Japan.
Pen and go back pen wafa.
So
okay, the UGV.
So I think, sir, you need to. Decentralization is supposed to, bring power to the level of the ordinary guy.
Yeah.
Now, if the ordinary guy is fighting over, partisan issues, entrenched positions, how do we shape those policies that are homegrown, participatory, friends and democracy sort of, and then packaged and then well delivered to central government for way and other things? We'll keep fighting till Jesus comes. Then we are either two way, 2 steps forward, 3 or 4 backwards. We are not moving. Even friends say, I go for us, So then something has to be done about it. They've spoken about minorities, speaking about way, national way, identification way. It's been on and off and so on. We don't know where it's going as of now, whether it's progressing steadily or you don't know where it is.
I hear they are in Ashanti region. No.
When
you be NIA no.
Ashanti region.
They are in Ashanti region now.
Why be?
Medium. First one they be bag more. Present for time there.
Okay.
There be some pockets.
Okay.
Ashanti region, the reports I mean free one is that some of the settler communities, the NIA agents now they try to discriminate. They are using language and so on to discriminate against people, and there are several instances where quarrels have broken out. That you are not allowed. Even your language you are speaking, it's not way. And I think that something has to be done about it. But that is just a side issue. Now, then
some Obika say, friend say,
young country pam that
but Obika say, we are Ghanaian, okay. Na genuinely we say what's your native language? Like I say Hausa. We are Ghanaian. Because Hausa is Ghanaian language. It could be
Hausa is spoken here.
But it doesn't mean it's a Ghanaian language. It be Kwampa for all you know. That could be a reason. But so I think say you official of NIA, you know better. Nti ka chese da bi we okrum kasa ne Hausa ebia okrum kasa nkasa ne de o ka obetima asa kasa ebia me ka dagari anase me yesi ya
Well, sometimes it's all about education. You get it.
But I think it's a legitimate concern. I was saying my NIA for way. So that's what's happening.
The EC using way 400 million Ghana cedis to go and do new register. How many months to election? Mind you do the registration, you do exhibition before you do way. You go and do the voting. When? Because registration is going to take a process. Then exhibition is also going to take a process. The exhibition is supposed to correct mistakes and here and there, spelling mistakes, whether or not you are there, you have a card but your name is not in there. That is also going to take another thing altogether. Then they will now go and prepare for the election proper. When? These things take time. In any case, you had used this register for what? For the regional demarcation. It worked perfectly.
Ekosiisen On Asempa
was described as 90-something percent. And then you had done with the referendum with the district assembly election. Again, that is also described as successful. And so you have all that. Yet somebody sits somewhere and says that, listen, we need for over 400 million Ghana cedis. At the time when the president can't pay road contractors, at the time when government is struggling for money, at the time when funding, free SHS is an issue, where so many things, our roads are nothing to write home about. But I mean, it's like as soon as we talk about election, government finds money, no matter which political party is in office. And I think Jane and then Bossman and all the other guys, they are too obsessed with rewriting the history of the electoral commission. It's more like, Charlie, this is what I'm here to do, and I'm doing. I have to do it at all costs. So change logo. How much was pumped into the earlier one that Charlotte did, and what? I mean, having reversed it, what is it? How much is it costing us? Then you now want to scrap away the biometric way, voting system and all that and so on, to do another thing, posting people up and down and all that. You are at liberty to do all that. But you see, sometimes, you can meet a team, you take over a team, and all you need to do is maybe, these guys are good. Maybe the positioning is what is, key. You understand? So I want to, move you, come and play this role. But wiping out the whole team could pose a problem. Again, why do we have to spend so much money, 400 million Ghana cedis, at this crucial time? It's as though we don't have any use for our money. It's as though we don't have any use for our money. Teachers are complaining that their salaries are in arrears. Nurses a while ago were complaining. Some who finished school long ago, they can't be employed because there's no money. Yet suddenly, government has found money. Majority, has approved of way money to be paid, to be released, to go and do fresh register. And then a majority leader sits and tells you that, listen, without the fresh, with the fresh register, no way out that the NDC could win an election. When you talk like that, people will take an entrenched position. Okay, it means therefore that you are doing a fresh register to win an election. So we are not going to support it. We are not going to support it. People have taken an entrenched position. I think that the thinking should, there should be reoriented. It should change.
Larry, mami, 2 minutes. Na menye we emrana fe yen to us when wrap up. Ekosiisen On Asempa 94.7 FM Osaibo nsoni. Godna saribedi akun ha. Larry Dogbe ewa ha. Yabeba, one of the things I'm a person yesha and sana ya sorry ako would do a comparison because so share the leadership of the opposition as against the government in power, and opposition we are the main opposition party, or Larry said he prefers to call them the minority, the NDC. One leadership, the NPP leadership. We do a comparison. Now, if you share the parliamentary leadership, and so now you share what that means. Ekosiisen nsoni. Yeah, basi siya 2 minutes per chime.
Bemena, ho kwen, kame ba ho.
Enkomo ho hu, we die bonita wu. Na menasi kwan so.
Sir, but engineering service for e Ghana ha bebia.
E wompo na mi koyi o. Wo mo ba ye. Efie bia ni wo bie mu a wo mbeka so mogya nan aba pe so. Wo mo pe e na Ghana ha. Se mo di manhole, water borehole drilling, and afi biogas de. Wo mo ni se so. Wo mo ti bia nya na ngu mia biem. Wo mo se tu nsuo. Esan ye floor, any waters. Emma ankra ni nyumaku ahudo nyina.
Wo be wo bat engineering service Wachra Kwine e Wopokia Sea Blekuma New Road. Pass Solo Bus Stop ho.
Fra womo 0261 863009.
And now say 0555 800 719.
Illegal Pharmaceuticals, their Drobia Bar, your friend a Giddy Power Male Vitality. Food and Drugs Authority Ashishem. Now, what Gia to say, Eya Habedro Project.
Oje.
Me ye bema and a midi one dance. Giddy power male vitality. A boy a sese a man did ye best. Intia meme. Asempa etia. You should giddy power male vitality. Never boy. Ubenya giddy power male vitality. Our memu. Rastors and they have shops name. Nemum kayo. Say meme din fin said do what chain and a trepe and a betimanum giddy power male vitality. Giddy power male vitality. A 100% herba. Afe at to form for man intra Gilly Gold Pharmaceutical. Asylum down Accra. And after 0268 988000 and 0302 250939. Giddy power male vitality. Bring the power back. Giddy power male vitality. A member.
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM.
Water gives life. Water is life. Enjoy the pure, refreshing taste of Awake purified drinking water, which comes in a uniquely designed bottle with a lemon green tap. Water is your perfect way to stay hydrated. And remember, for every bottle you buy, an amount will be donated to the National Cardiothoracic Center, Ghana. Awake purified drinking water, one for life.
For bulk purchase, contact 0262 351 251.
Las Palmas, oh, Las Palmas. Sedie obia giatum sabedrian papa na wodi womudia Las Palmas Food Center enfishie duonuni 20 years and Las Palmas Food Center some Ghana this year. Las Palmas Food Center nuani bi te sefufuo omutu abesie ene Ghana nuani bebre womu sanso wo enkwan pa bi te se aponchin kwan ebunabunu kwan papa bi eni pie keka ho emu be na wo pe jollof wache fried rice
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM.
Our Las Palmas Food Center Shisha Las Palmas Food Center Achimota Enkrane in Sanwom Kwantempono so La Paz Dansuman Circle Accra Central Madina Kadeshi Abeka Sansona Kumase Las Palmas Food Center Ewa Dum Pampaso Asafo VIP and Asset Tafo Fre 0572 291 558 and 0244 233 341 Las Palmas Food Center Adriana Papa Fee.
Ejuma yo jama sasura ene fertilizer ba ko no ena ma okoko no asuse enya bro me de minima sasura na ba ko ye ka hu de
hwebribi yo na wo di wo bro pa aha koko krache kra na aba no mani ncheche mu yi
ayampa sawodi asasura fertilizer gu koko so much ana April busumi mu a awasa wodi ni trabo so guso July ana August busumi mu wo ye no sa no a ema asase no nuane ndru agodo a ema koko no nyini ya from fefe na ebo koko no wo ban sonko free koko anonom ni koko nyarewa agodo pii hu na eba sa ema koko no suye afimu no nyina na ba no so ya akese emu yadru ahodi wo mu yi
na fertilizer ba ko no kra mo se ye friend say nitiabo
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM.
Eye nitrabo
nitrabo na ehe na menya asase wura ene nitrabo fertilizer yi biato
enye na ewo yarafo aso eye wo Ghana fa na nyina
afen so kai se koko ekaba kubia no wodi asase wura bag miensa ene beguso ena nitrabo nso wodi bag ba ko begu koko ekaba ko so sano nso
nitrabo ene asase wura de enu hwemo da
bibia ni afret 0302 779 854
nitrabo nie asase wura nie
ekriafo ahotoso papa no
My dear,
yes, sweetie.
And then my mimi saw.
Oh, bisa baby.
Minim saw dome pa.
Me do papa me na da.
Na o he me suban pa na me nkwan de na me nkomo de.
Ni nyina wom. Meso de di ka pa yo be de. Dia wodi mona soap ani mona cream. Asiesia ma ya fefe na hana.
Me da say. Na meme bi de mo hwe suban ansa o.
Dabi me de me hwe screen ya fa ansa. Ansa kwa ba be hwe suban.
And what can you say there? Many mona soap ani mona cream na e be wu. Said the mona soap timi skin rashes in your crop na eyi pampan free nipa ho na mona cream timi sa propro ne ho a e ma chinwi fu brom e ma skin aya nwensen esa ye bokko sa bofra de
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM.
Baby e wo se me di mona cream siesie no me di besiesie
hey mona soap and mona cream
na ne bon so nya de na abuso yi de ene ahofe no mema na abuso ama ho
ele me so ma don sa Omofo here Mona soap and Mona cream. Enfre Agbeve Herbal Center 020-813-0790 and 024-6595-256.
FDA ahwehwɛ saa ejedi nkrato yi mu agye ato mu sɛ ɛyɛ.
Publicity, Asempa FM.
94.7 Asempa FM. So, Ekosiisen On Asempa was so good. So, utie no ma yana masese matwen Larry Dogbe ewa editor of the Herald newspaper. Gordon Asaribedi akwe editor of the ABC newspaper. On so hamidi your say bonso. More real estate, cocoa dairy free coconut milk, Las Palmas Food Center, Eboyen, legal pharmaceuticals, Awake Mineral Water, and Yaragano, Munina Soyana Senior, the in discussion segment here, Bremo. And Larry, be wrap up in a minute or two, and I feel about Gordon.
So, as I was saying, do we need, you're now having to, plan for collection of data, as in the re-registration, and then you have to go and then process it and bring it back for exhibition. When? What time? Okay, and then after the exhibition, those mistakes which were identified, you have to go back and repackage the thing before you get ready for the election proper. And you are doing that vis-a-vis printing of ballot papers, buying of ballot boxes, and all manner of things that are supposed to ensure that there is a successful election. When are you going to do that? Election year, compiling data in an election year, it's a little tricky. And mind you, these are guys who are just fresh on the job. This is their major election that is coming. Their test is a litmus test.
On Asempa FM.
Litmus test.
This is your major test that you are going. So, carrying this load as a boss, be brave free throwbano. Which one are you going to catch and which one are you going to ignore? Is Jane ready? Has she done this before? Is Bossman ready? Has he done this before? Could say there's an institution.
Is the Electoral Commission ready?
Well, they are the ones leading the thing. So you would say they are the ones who brought the whole thing, because the head carries the body.
They are a commission,
they are a commission.
Chairperson.
But you see, then again, the same person now comes to tell you that it appears that they are not ready for any suggestion. Because then, whatever, like you rightly pointed out, and as somebody said, IPAC, it's Omahini. Yeah. IPAC these days, Kabila is not in the habit of coming out and then talking, if there is no issue. You listen to Kabila any day and you get refreshed as to what, he's coming across with. But he comes out and says, listen, there's something wrong as far as the EC is concerned. EC, your major stakeholders are the political parties. You had gone to fix with an advisory committee. Okay? And then, so you are more listening to your friends and the advisory committee more than with the IPAC people. Every day, IPAC guys are, in the media complaining, about one issue or the other. These are your major stakeholders. Are they in there? Are you listening to them? Why do they still have issues? You understand? And Obi, having said all this, the media is everything. It is the media that is the link between the interface between the minority and then the majority, the governed and then the governance and so on. Now, it's a critical role we play. Yesterday, somebody sent a text message, trying to question, our commitment to whatever that we do. Listen, I sit here all the time and tell people, and I say my friends that the Herald which I publish, and I say Larry Dogbe doesn't just go out there digging cups, rotten cups full of maggots. No, I don't do that, and I don't think Gordon does so. And I don't think you also do so. Sometimes you are just maybe you have been trained to use certain senses, that others, who would others wouldn't use because that is not their line of work. So, you smell when you're not supposed to smell that thing. You watch critically. You watch it twice. Okay, you've seen it once, but then you come and then take a critical look at it again. Okay, you have touched it, but it doesn't feel, normal. So you want to feel it proper, just to know, so listen, is it correct? And then if you discover that it's okay, then you leave it. But if it's not okay, then you just say that, listen, guys, this is what I have found out. What is happening here? Sometimes people would like to talk to you. Yeah. Because, maybe there was a fault somewhere, so we are working on it. Other times, the person deliberately did it just for him to benefit. So then you expose the person, thinking, so when you put light there, the person will be scared enough, to run away. That is all that we do. And so we get a story, we polish it out, we speak to expert opinion, we present it to people. It is not as though somebody has just sat down and then you are born anti-establishment. So whether the thing is good or not, you see nothing. You find you find it bad. So you have to, torpedo it at all costs. Yeah. No. So I think our democracy should grow to an extent. Individuals should also recognize, as the citizens should recognize the role of the media. Yeah. They should recognize the role of the media, what we put in. And now, technology has made it so simple for them. Say they are now also more journalists, more trained journalists. Citizen journalists. Yeah, citizen journalists. So he is even sending you the thing, telling you, listen, this is what I've discovered here. I don't think is correct. Can you follow it up? And then you follow it up, and then you use your professional sense, or your credibility to go and seek for additional information and present it to the people. So we are all partners in development. We are all partners in the democracy. Minority or opposition, and as a majority or governing whatever. I think that we should first of all see Mother Ghana as supreme. As supreme. That all that we are doing, does it serve the interest of Mother Ghana? Of Mother Ghana. Just as the Americans do. American interest is supreme in everything. Yeah. Yeah.
That's what they say.
That's true.
Well, that's what they've made us believe.
Me, I don't believe that. I don't believe
Gordon, my mean to you, because once you are looking at the opposition party, the national executives of both parties would there's something also we can't when these national executives because they've done a lot in terms of communication, press conferences and all of that. And the NPP's national executive, because again next year election year, and these two executive teams now expected to do more to secure victory for their respective parties. Before
me con na Larry can be before cost involved in getting new register.
We can PDS Asempa.
No PDS is what they
Larry expert. Resource person.
We do PDS. PDS. But because we can PDS Asempa, me the decision to go for the concessionaire.
It was not for it.
I wasn't for it.
It wasn't for it. It wasn't for it.
And me the best actually be many just add in
it wasn't for it.
What did the make that say?
We can do ECG some other.
Yeah, we can do. Yes, because concession say it made the make and say Kasamo die to be say democracy dey expensive. But for me, going forward, National Identification Authority Omatimi ewie Ghana nyina baabia registration omu ye first phase because nkwara nka ho omu wie penifo mbe omekwa koye nkwara ye wie bibia dia
aye easy
naka aye easy say yes na aye easy say easy for be twe na film data na free hon by the kwa no just omu change laws be
of course
because easy no they are not under any obligation to extract any information from any other body there was say you know so tweaking kakra eyi sa amani fi sakra manum kakra say afei die based on say yetime wie National Identification Authority list na wie ni ntino I was say easy for necessarily omonye list in free ha it will be a tono ma 2022 Now we say what about 2024. What one ma ultimate access data from NIE. Kwa say first time voters everybody this year because let's know. Now we say okay, addresses. Fan now shall omo bebre omo upper east and also omo no a say.
Just one quick one. We any EC data query and banks for no use.
Ekosiisen On Asempa.
No, are the banks allowed to do that?
They are using it. That's what they use.
In terms of some of the voters ID card.
Voters ID and so on. So if it's not credible, and as if there are issues with it, that means the banks are also who could have issues.
And to the no
and also
and also my maker say so. Me nam kroma na me hu say 37 area ho baby na taxi be atwa actually enemies are not God. Now enemies are not God. Why ENEMYS? Hey, no man no pass me. Rabbi Jack, that's another car that banana for brand new car. Rabbi Jack, enemies are not God. Enemies you say they spelling.
Who the editor no cover?
So you grab them no. You know and try the war cars when they did this job of war. It seems that way because me who am you say my member. So when I'm wanting who I can't it because look and never me who I'm about team and crab and that's yes and me call one me Jack enemies na ENEMIES me say me no argument is about 10 minutes must eventually as work him was mass how the we no so and so I say what the house say ho and then me to become baby it's no me they going forward no so back and forth you hear new register I think say solution on NIE dey say it me we are yes sakra mbanu mu kakra say pa but
the duplications are becoming too many.
Yeah,
but
I think
solution on NIE solution no.
And while of that, while I name say a committee resources, NIE is doing this thing. I think say the exercise of still committing resources to other agencies to do a replica of what NIE is doing, it doesn't really make sense. No, why should say DVLE be talking of biometric cards? Why should NHIA, SNIT, Omunyina be talking about when we know say your committee resource ama NIA to do a card that can do all those an aggregation of other cards.
In fact,
passport office.
I think it says SNIT for IE progressive. SNIT for now also issue ID cards, but NI almost started no more issuance of ID cards. That was SNIT. It I think it's a progressive, but the thing is that there's a fear somewhere. See, started National Identification Authority again. No, President before time. What is the guarantee? Say we so only doesn't mean something. So I should be disadvantaged. So what I say, it was say your bomb Professor Tiffany in painful in Akasa say. I think it's so critical, and so critical. Say will be a here be, very critical. Say within the next 2 years we should finish it. Now, if possible, crop bonus at 2024. I feel you know to say baby a dream. Yes, I can't burn kakra. Yes, strategy and free and I near Fanko to a bar. Messi and look upon political parties a woman because who to me who age a bracket and say first time voters no munye or more at a door so I say or more I say campaign messages no ye for mudi and kwaha ye for ben for the and kwasinum and no ebeboa and now well Obetega said time a short for new register, but still we have 1 year to go. Don't forget, 2016 the Supreme Court as far as late as I think somewhere August. Crown on that register then year complete. August 2016. Now register no year complete. That wasn't the best anyway, and we don't want a repetition. Somebody new register the year. Make a mania latest by June, July. We are done and dusted. Now controversy will be added to because we're the and I'm saying controversy.
Apart from 400 million Ghana cedis,
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
We'll go back to Parliament again and demand additional money for the election.
No, it can't be additional money.
But what?
New money. Now because additional money that's
additional money to the same way.
Additional money. They'll go
in the way 400 for register compilation.
Yes.
There will be another budget for the election.
Yes, it can be additional money.
Ghana.
Yami admo ebenya. And you see, and now we can say friends free SHS. This is the third year ni me boy. You see, fully on stream.
Yeah.
I've never heard it anywhere. Baby, a free SHS is cash strapped. Baby, any work also. It's here and go for kind of free. Yeah, government is not struggling to finance free SHS because so far, menti baby say, "Omo be school and I say can supply we go." And
next year we starts tomorrow. Deploy your reporters to most of the schools, secondary schools, and find out the kind of food that these kids are being fed with.
Oh, you can talk about quality of food.
And
but doesn't mean say the
money.
That doesn't mean say in a cash trap. You know,
it has to do with money.
Don't forget. A bit says cano was said dying. Obeshe cook be gram but I drink but they won't eat me. It's no media. Look,
Ekosiisen On Asempa
FM. Recently, we common fund. They had issues with friends and money. The common fund allocation wasn't going. Exactly. And I think even capitation grant too, at a point in time they had issues. Okay, so
but the capitation grant,
so a lot of ways statutory payments, have been trouble. But suddenly election time, we are busy. Oh, listen, Sikao.
Oh, man, you see. Now make last time we read it at DB. Handing over notes, okay. Yes. I think time in your commercial. Handing over notes, education sector, okay. Yeah, Professor Jenano Pokwajiman, Ijama MPP4. I think page 36 or so. A car. Edis are by Ekofi, Omujai, education sector one. Bubujao.
Asempa FM.
I think we are saying the
including
same
capitation grant.
I think we are saying
including
the same thing.
Scarf for
exactly.
Birth and death. There's birth and death. Or more special education.
Okay.
And baby, including cars about 18 million euros. Car buys a quarter yentiment to a Kenya. A can wo and Jano dear. A yadia a wohonum, but doesn't stop us from doing what is necessary if it is necessary.
So the election, the registering is necessary.
Electoral Commission said that the register is overstretched
and obsolete.
Okay.
How long ago were they?
And especially whereby you want data. Okay. Yeah. Now it was not in the hands of Electoral Commission. Yeah, well in the hands of somebody. Yeah, take us say Electoral Commission IT for no or money trainable. How can you tell me that? Na what the 86 years no kwa who say that what the ABC they want to use here. How can you tell obi a wo IT or IT? No wo Electoral Commission say onye trainable adan.
God na I'm running to
and leadership na wo kan.
Yeah, back to no
leadership of MDC. Ofosuampofo as national chairman of NDC no. Na comes with some freshness. And with some long span experience because we start from grassroots man we pass through the ranks and one do that level we be a national chairman and and I can say politically he's a gentleman. Hardly will you hear him say when will be a banter even on radio. Yeah, basa. I'm not saying so be banter. They say one back when a gentleman. Banter this one will be
constructive
bantering. And who even determines what constructive?
Ekosiisen On Asempa.
And I heard more. And now Minia Sami Jemfi. Maybe you over friend me. Minia Sami Jemfi. A brand here. I mean, you can't take it away from him. His oratory skills, come on, or sharp. We law school, brilliant chap. Na akakakra. But I'm sure, sir, as time goes on, or be mature. I mean, look at share Okuje to a blacker. Okuje to start here, we are facing Sikasa, but a that you can't call Ukuja to one man from with sharp teeth,
baby sharp
teeth. Ukuja to
the maturity and everything is palpable.
I mean, even when you see him, you see the maturity is all over him. The casa assassin, you be obedia go and trouble be trading in assassin. That's how politics is. You cannot necessarily come into politics with maturity. Oh, there's here. To be honest, the youthful exuberance, Edobe Kokakra. And Samen so a war kakra me so said no tram kofa kakra sabwa. As
no, but no idea what that. Conventionally, they have the communications director position.
Who was the communications director 4 years ago?
Oh, this man. Oh, no, I need a friend is saying. Oh,
Asante.
Yes, Bibi Asante. They have their communication director. It's been there.
Oh, okay.
It's been there.
Honestly, minimum, but
James
still
Asante.
no.
James Asante.
But still no. For me, what shall be the second case? We experienced communicator.
Yeah.
Experienced communicator, and now also what? No MPP ni. Kaka say no MPP ni o. Now I think say the year 2000 elections, and Waka say was share. Evans at Amelsa or better president as compared to John Kufuor and then NPP National General Secretary.
But it appears that anytime MPP is going for an election, somebody gets sacked.
Oh, really?
And that's a discipline. You have to discipline people in any organization.
You remember Paula Foucault?
Now, Obi Fatasa Mosakena Monsakeno and one institution.
2021.
Mamenya put you on the spot now because of time. What can chairman for swamp for against Freddie Blay?
No, you see, okay, difference I can say Freddie Blay. Anyhow, you see Freddie Blay, he's not seen as a true blue and MPP ni because of now OCPP. But MPP also had so much trust in Freddie Blay because. At the time of buying turbulent times, MPP for they needed a unifier at that time, to carry them into an election. With John Boadu as acting general secretary, who is a nice executive that depleted. But a woman the G to me, we need elections. Until when I go to the final is after the young banner, Freddie Blay winning. Now just was solidify the position in MPP. And he said no the MPP for edge D. But they're both gentlemen, fine gentlemen. Also, for this one, Kasa, and the
experience, so
now, anyway, you know, a certain Ketiano, well, he's coming as a wounded lion because one of the party in the position, and he's fighting to bring them back into power. But we want to find out which kind of new ideas if only he's not tired. Ni age die it is still he has age on his side, but why here politics na chant no to be a chale ya na wabrew
I still
and why still kaka first start which crema ntino we find but who compare Samia Uku ne Joshua Kamba Samia Uku national organizer of MPP, Joshua Kamba national organizer of NDC. I think their polls are apart.
Ekosiisen
On the straight I can say it say they are poles apart and yeah I can bet
gap no so
okay gap no so
in terms of what?
Oh, in terms of organizational skills, okay.
Who is better than who?
Samia Uku is 1,000 times better than Akamba. Enel Ubika lovability. Our party say you know. See, political party, you need to have the charisma and
especially as an organizer.
Yes, as an organizer. And coming from the EC, I will go from national youth organizer at the time. And really youth, no more support to MPP straight no winning power. Until he still have that. Don't forget to say as national organizer, national youth organizer, shall I say? Okay, until youth rally behind Awuku. Until no. MPP have strong person in the
organizational units.
Talk about John Boadu, General Secretary. John Boadu, when I'm unassuming, but don't take it for granted. Don't never take it for granted. I said, don't get your politics at check, and now be sure don't ask I say be saying get your politics at check because was starting a member of parliament but John Boadu so started at a tender age. MPP politics him also no he also gone through the ranks don't forget John Boadu is no more a year what 50 years
but he hasn't been to parliament.
He hasn't been to
parliament. He's not.
That is the only he's
unlike where General Mosquito.
General Mosquito is one wako parliament, but in fact General Mosquito deputy minister of agric.
But has John Boadu worked anywhere before outside the politics?
No, he's done party work throughout. Apart from on
personal businesses
there, he's done party work throughout.
Personal businesses.
Oh yes. Eti no, and I Uber youth organizer. Measure you medas. Uber national youth organizer. Minua Pablo. Mebeka say. We say Pablo kwa chimis lebo akwa bome.
Ado obunipa.
Oh no,
Pablo ne Pablo Nanabi.
Me catch Pablo say. Pablo. Unna be so that but Pablo, you
can't. Yes, we body.
They are body. Someone in Aquachimota primary.
That
beats me, no.
But Pablo mate ne
family and friends.
Pablo mate ni awuku.
Okay.
But Nana B so far ebesine ya electoral Nana B performance ne outing ne programs what more organize as compared to many
Pablo no.
Nana B is miles ahead of Pablo. It's Pablo
power back opposition.
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
Now MPP was in opposition 2015. But see who did that.
But if they are not reporting on Pablo's work, how would
but so efficiency and effectiveness.
Pablo madam for. It is a Pablo akwa youth conference baby obeta challenge your program your story about me what I would do
so getting your work reported it doesn't just happen
you know
yeah
what I say
it will not just happen
you have to oil the
Christmas me whom stories be nam krom MPP just say come my body trails and then other many
papers blown out
that population be say hey when him call for what I say be resourceful no ka ho should be resourceful enough
I think the MPP does well with that.
Okay.
Yeah, compared to NDC.
Okay.
And should I come in now?
Oh yeah, why not?
Yeah, you can.
Okay.
You can.
You know, I would like to talk about the road contractors. I mean, payments to them. You remember the president says they have been paid. And they even told their wife, say, listen, your husband wouldn't come and give you any excuse anymore, and that he had been paid. Then the contractors came out and said, listen, we haven't been paid. The contractors themselves said they haven't been paid because they went into their accounts and then there's no money. Forestry guards, it's a John deploy almost so. They also came out and said there's no money.
Oh, but yet Obi sending message and also yet.
No, but there are two things. Government releases and also releases. There's an announcement say yetria, but announcement ne bar. It should be backed up with the releases. Have the releases been done? And I think that's what we should do.
But forestry, okay,
no, then there's also another thing where new currency, you go to the banks and then they tell you that they don't have it. Meanwhile, you know the money is in circulation. I don't know how
it came into
how it's coming into circulation. Because we are to get them through the banks. I've been to my bank a couple of times.
But almost say a big money transactions. So they will kwaje skake to everybody here.
Only my here now.
Oh, say to me, you say that one's way a big man. Ain't he? That was premium customer.
Exactly.
Don't incite my family members against me.
I'm not cutting you rudely, but says Kasem. I'm still na make say Bank of Ghana. It's a what I see. I was saying because of the work cano. Ebia obi ho kokumase or per 1,000 cedis. Okay.
And the unya be.
But that drain no say o peskake to be or per yeah back to be that say the bottom. But the motive of Bank of Ghana no. Ta obi o per 1,000 cedis won ka ho. But why didn't they tell us?
Yeah.
Because they told us through a certain press release. In part of said the press release no because na make one take it and go through press release na won tiase. So when him say oko ATM na wo do card go shema it doesn't dispense 200 Ghana cedis. Doesn't dispense 100 cedis. But nipa be bra ko ATM so mo 100 cedis.
No Emma.
Because yen kan kire wo mo.
Amount for for customers now or co bank or friend bank manager. Say me ma obi aba o. Ono no ko yiska bank ni shaky. Omo na dey size
But you talk to the tellers and they tell you that they themselves they haven't even seen it before.
It's not supposed
some
to be
of those monies na emfatela buto. Eno na ye koyi we chire ho de brewe no ebaba na ya hyehye go bag na ya de abrew. Eno me fa emfatela.
Obi yanko John na nko yibi.
Yeah, for good new year. You're pretend. Money in trouble.
Now to party leadership, I think for the first time you have people who had been to parliament before. Freddie Blay and then Ufoswampo. I mean, they have parliamentary experience. You know, they've grassroots boys. You know. Student politics guys and so on, so they understand you know the politics through and through, and leading the two major political parties. I mean, I think that it's good for the democracy of this country. I think that more and more we should be, you know, seen building consensus as we spoke about. For me, where I said I think that if there's anything that government should do, that prosecution of Oswampo is totally unnecessary. It's totally unnecessary. You get what I'm saying? It doesn't. I mean that somebody sat somewhere, a certain voice recording had gone on, so and so and so. Tomorrow, I mean, you could go to this election and you lose, and depending on what you did, okay, before the defeat, that is what is going to give you an avenue to walk back to these guys and say, you guys, Charlie, can we bury these differences here? Can we do this? Can we do that? For a smooth transition. You get it. But if the person you are to discuss transition with us, you say, some of the how are you going to do all this? And you know how acrimonious transitions are. You understand? I don't think that it's, some of the things for political expediency, people try to do it. We are teaching them a lesson, you bet jailing and all that and so on. Those are just for the optics. But I mean, serious, discussion, consensus building, national development, and so on. You don't have to fall for this, unless, of course, the person has committed a very serious crime. You get it. But I mean, for me, I don't see this as anything where Nanado would even want to waste his time on a thing like this. The court process, human resources, material resources, court's time, a judge come to sit and discussing this. Charlie, there are a lot of serious things to talk about to progress this country. Not somebody running his mouth, at a party meeting. We'll do this, we won't do that. This is what we're going to do and so on. It is totally unnecessary. Okay. Now you move to the organizer position. Sami, good human relation. Akamba, equally good human relation. The two of them have matured, significantly. For Sami, I have a young guy. I have monitored him, for a very long time, and you could notice that
Ekosiisen On Asempa
a different way, perspective to politics. Let me tell you a joke. Something I haven't shared with anybody. I was there one day when Sami calls us FO at saying, so FO me too quiet. Now me ba mentor way. Mentor perfume in Brawana. That's Sami. I think I have enough perfume, to last me about 2 to 3 years. Or say if I saw you, you need enough to last you 8 years.
8 years.
And I said, Sami, why? Say, now the MPP better now. So you need perfume for 8 years.
For 8 years.
I mean, good guy, nice guy,
Great
good
guy.
humor, and so on and so forth. So I think that, some of this good human relations should be brought to the politics of this country. We don't have to be bedroom friends. Okay, before we proclaim our friendship publicly. We should display it. And show to the people that the disagreement is just over the approach towards development.
Ekosiisen On
But
Asempa
our focus is the same. It's like you are going through Tema and you want to use motorway. Somebody else wants to use the beach road. At the end of the day, we are in Tema. That is all there is. And so I think that the two of them, they are up to it. The election will show who is the better organizer. Who is the better organizer. Now, then to the general secretary position. John has been there. I've followed John since Ablekuma, when he and Ameli Tego and all that. So John has also been around, financial, youth organizer, and I think that he's been a treasurer before.
Youth treasurer, youth organizer.
And then moved on to organizer, and
acting
then
general secretary,
and now
general
secretary. He's been around for some time, and then General Mosquito, Parliament. I think Deputy Minister,
Parliament.
then Parliament, and opposition way, and then won the election for. And then took the party back into opposition. And now he's having to fight back. Although he has an ambition somewhere. That's true. So I don't know how he's going to do that. Then you have communication.
Communication.
Sami Jemfi, and then
lawyer Boabian
Samoa. I think it's a total mismatch.
Oh, so Boabian Samoa were named Dodoana.
No. So, Boabian Samoa is struggling to catch up.
Really?
Yes. He's struggling really to catch up. can't you see very often Sami Jemfi who does a press conference and the next moment you see Asamoah also organizing a press conference. Okay. Now I don't know whether he's setting any agenda for for people, but he's always having to come from there.
Firefighting.
Yeah, exactly. And again, I mean, I see his constraints as well, because this is a parliamentarian who has been plucked from parliament. Instead of giving him a ministerial appointment, they didn't give him. They rather made him a communication guy.
Director.
That was after we left. Nana Akumian left. You remember Aduma Kumbe FK
acted.
He couldn't, do whatever was expected of the system. So then they had to move him away and then bring Boabia and Samoa. And virtually every day he's, gasping for air, having to, trying to match up with Sami Jemfi.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
For Sami Jemfi, I think also the press conferences are becoming one too many. Okay, sometimes it's not just press conference. The one-on-one is enough.
Yeah.
It carries a lot of weight. And he's also, I'm having the feeling, it's more like the workload is on him.
Him alone.
Everything. But you should learn how to deploy, your build human resources around you. And
but he's done that. And
I mean, I'm saying that is what I've observed.
Okay.
So what happens to Akogan? What happens to who the other?
Kweku Buahi.
I think Kweku Buahi has also been out there, very forcefully. Kweku, himself has been in the forefront of a lot of these things and so on. Akogan, I mean, I see him more acting as more of an administrator, sort of, and I think more is expected of them. And the whole NDC communication is just based in Accra.
Are you sure?
Oh yes, and I mean that is what I see.
Okay.
It's just based in Accra. The down there, move. Today you want to do, even if you have a press conference, identify an issue in Kumasi and go and do the press conference there. Identify another issue in Takrady and go and do it there. Identify another one in Ho and go and do it there. And carry the people. That's how you build momentum. But if everything is from Accra down there, sometimes the people might not get the message. Okay, so I think more is expected of them. Now for the youth organizer thing, Pablo and then Nanabi, his major out anyway, I think youth
youth conference,
Tamale. Exactly. But in there also, I think he's done a couple of ways. Keep fit.
Health walks.
Oh
yes, orphan constituency project,
Okay.
He's done some stuff.
Okay, but how come Pablo is not? And I said Pablo is doing it, but it's not reported on.
Pablo is also doing some. But the truth of the matter, and when you are in opposition, naturally you are constrained.
Okay.
You would need a somewhat very motivated youth organizer who can say okay, Sikakwa and Free Party what are the other sources of income forcefully get money to push the youth agenda.
But I think Samuel Oku did this.
Samuel Oku did that when they were in opposition.
How was he able to do it?
Those are the things that maybe Pablo would want to begin looking at. But I think
you should go and learn from Samuel Oku.
Oh, Samuel Manibioha, you don't want to go to the person directly and go and learn from. But why? There are strategies there. You can also speak to people around and all of that. At least identifying who are the big guys in the system, sympathetic to the cause of the party, who are willing to want to part with funds to help the youth. I think that's one thing Sami did very well.
But normally the issue is just not even about funds. Funds just come.
Yeah, logistics, logistics.
And then also you should also, be willing to do the human. Your friends saying that put in the effort and then the resources will come. You get it.
That's
but
true.
If you're just sitting
but
down.
I think even despite I mean few programs we or a lot more or contain institutions grade a tain or or more visiting some constituencies, not to the scale of what Nanabi is doing. I'm not comparing it to Nanabi. Nanabi is doing more, but obviously I mean when you are in power, getting resources opposition and Nanabi is doing more. But I think Pablo has not fared badly at all. He's not fared badly. He can do more, and I think when you can see genuine commitment to want to work, but sometimes we are push Obia mean more. Maybe again, because I'm very active on social media, yeah, Akamba. I've not seen more of what he's doing. ABR or but it is not over social media. I'm not seeing. Because you compare on Samuel Okwa is active on social media. A lot of the things he does are always out there, and you can see. It may be that, and when it's a politics and so perception, exactly. You have to also work on amount for perceptions. Create the perception. Say a Juman koso kra mumu who say Juman koso. I mean, it also works.
Maybe you should also start doing the health walk. Keep fit.
So when a walk be na unity walk, the unity walk. Maybe you should go back and do more of those. Now, Larry, I think it's been good. And then a final day of the year 2019. Our biggest wish into 2020.
Good health. Long life. Basically, that's it. So I think that. Let's be together, grow together, and the rest is for God.
Amen. Very important. Larry Bedase. Larry Dogbe, editor. The Herald newspaper earlier, Mote Gordon Asaribedi, editor for the ABC newspaper and ABC Online. On my hene Kwabena Sante, a host of Bejim Ewa Dom TV. And Mensumide or say Bonsu. Production team, no Dominic is here, boa. Nana Chumberema. Nana Kwada de Renchi and Jackson in Tiam Eric Pare and so and they would in a birthday and Eric Pare happy birthday to you or no a member of the production team. But a happy birthday in advance to the CEO of KE Plaza or Yarefa Ghana flag Echna Ayo birthday Mr. Kennedy Amwakwata. Hey Nana Chumberema. Sure. And Mr. Kennedy Amwakwata. For the past 3 days, Chuma Traba match house, and then so yes, science yao, or China air, what that was it? Was the Emra party not now? Okay. KE Plaza CEO, Mr. Kennedy Amwakwata, we too much. Happy birthday in advance. Live to be 94 points. And I'm happy born young back as we end the year 2019. But on Thursday, we will be here. And we'll bring you a special show on how to begin the year right and how to make 2020 your best year ever as we start a new decade. See you away, mommy.